until 212 BC. According to the Roman historian Livy, juncture, a small group of Romans noticed that one section of the city wall was lower than the others. Meanwhile, a deserter in the Romans that the city was celebrating a festival in honor of Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, and Marcelli that the Syracusans would be off their guard. He sent a party of men with ladders to scale the wall, and the rest of the army soon followed. As he had anticipated, the Syracusan garrison was drunk and failed to respond effectively. The Romans on the wall opened the gates from inside and enabled the army and its commander to enter the city. Plutarch states that when Syracuse was captured by the Romans, Archimedes was working on a geometric problem with a diagram and was unaware of what had happened until a Roman soldier enters. Plutarch gives 3 different versions of what occurred next. In one telling, the soldier attempted to arrest Archimedes and bring him to Marcellus as a prisoner of war, but the mathematician is proof before leaving. This act of resistance made the soldier angry through his. In an alternative, the soldier had already drawn his sword when the latter needed for time to finish his work, but the soldier took no notice and killed him immediately. Plutarch offers a third account which claims that Archimedes was bringing some mathematical instruments to Marcellus when a group of Roman soldiers believed he had treasure with him and killed him. Marcellus was shocked to learn of Archimedes' death and had expressly ordered his soldiers not to harm any free citizen of the city. He punished the soldier responsible. After his death, Archimedes, seemingly lived to his mid-70s, was buried in a tomb featuring a diagram of a sphere and a cylinder to represent what he considered his greatest achievement, the calculation of the volume and surface sphere. Over time, the tomb became overgrown and was lost until 75 BC, when the rhetorician and orator Cicero was serving as a Roman official in Sicily. He was a great admirer of Greek culture and knew a description of Archimedes' tomb which referred to the diagram and the poem inscribed on it. He was determined to discover where the tomb of the great scientist was and began looking at the tomb. After he around it, allowing him part of the poem he knew to be on Archimedes' tomb. Cicero included this anecdote in his philosophical work Tusculan Disputations, in which he laments that the Syracusans have neglected the tomb of their greatest scientist. Archimedes of Syracuse is universally regarded as one of the greatest mathematicians and scientists in history. Much of his fame in the ancient world was based on his reputation as an inventor and an engineer. His role as a siege engineer during the siege of Syracuse about his life from the nevertheless from his surviving works, it appears that Archimedes was interested in pure mathematics other than their application in the physical world. Working in Syracuse during the 3rd century BC, Some of Archimedes' mathematics was so sophisticated that it was only surpassed by the likes of Galileo and Newton. 1000 later, he is remembered today as an individual who worked on the bodies. His interests were much wider, encompassing discussion of the measurement of infinity and a wide range of other mathematical concepts. Indeed, so complex were some of the equations that he tried to develop that it has only been possible to resolve them fully using modern computers. His work on hence, while he is often caricatured as an individual who ran naked from a bathtub shouting Eureka, or who built a complex mirror tower to fend off the Romans, Archimedes' intellectual depth was far greater than is sometimes allowed for. What do you think of Archimedes? Was he the most influential mathematician of the ancient world, or was his work overly theoretical to have had much of an impact on applied mathematics? Please let us know in the comments section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. Alabama, and Mississippi, leading eventually to 18 West slave slavery. Despite the efforts of Congress to stifle debate and effort to preserve national unity, would rise to the top of the political agenda in the 1850s, eventually leading to the outbreak of the American Civil War in 1860. Edison would grow up back of this would grow up in a period when thousands of kilometers of routes of Thomas of a body sexual process. One tells of young Thomas wandering into the fields and sitting an attempt to hatch the egg after seeing a hen. Although he was mocked by his brother-in-law, Homer Page, a local farmer, Al's sister Marion was far more understanding and praised her brother's curiosity about how things in the world worked on a technical level. The town of Milan had benefited from the construction of the Milan Canal, which was completed in 1839 and allowed the town to become a wealthy grain port, trading directly with New York City via Lake Erie and the Erie Canal. The 1840s and 1850s saw a boom in railroad construction in the United States, but several proposals to build rail links to Milan came to nothing due to opposition from the Milan Canal. Decided to move his family to the familiar terrain of Port Huron. Little Al was enrolled in a local school, but he was largely homeschooled after a time by his mother, who had been a school teacher herself years earlier. Thomas was a sickly child and had hearing problems from a young age, perhaps the result of suffer when he was 11 or 12 years old. His poor health and homeschooling led him to become an avid reader. Edison later recalled the influence that the writings of Thomas Paine, the egalitarian English philosopher, who was one of the most eloquent champions of American liberty prior to the American Revolution, had on him. He was also interested in history, but it was a science textbook by the title of A School Compendium of Natural and Experimental Philosophy that encountered along the accumulation of chemical substances in the Edison house led Nancy to ask her son to conduct his experiments in the basement, which became the future inventor's first laboratory. Thomas Edison grew up at a time when young boys were expected to work at an early age. In 1859, at the age of 12, he secured his first job selling newspapers and refreshments on board the trains of the Chicago, Detroit, and Grand Trunk Junction Railway between Port Huron and Detroit. The young Edison took advantage of extended layovers in Detroit to broaden his reading horizons and discovered Isaac Newton's The Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy, one of the most important texts in the early development of the modern discipline of physics and the hard sciences. Edison also read extensively from the books and newspapers he was selling, and he noticed of local news. His first Trunk Herald, which he sold on board the train. The weekly paper ran for 24 issues in the first 6 months of 1862. At its peak, Edison was selling 200 copies a day. Boys to help him sell his papers. His venture into journalism was an early donation. This was also reflected in his curiosity about the telegraph system, new device in Edison. In his early work on the had many opportunities of the telegraph operators at work. He soon mastered the system of dots, dashes, converted to short and long. Samuel Morse, to Edison's late account, he was talking to J.U. Mackenzie, the master of the depot on the Grand Railway. Wonder train. Edison leapt onto the track and rescued the young child. Viewed as a telegraph operator in Ontario, Michigan, and Indiana. He later claimed that he did sky. He opened his own desk and deal with the distractions caused by the crowd noise moved through other wires. He enjoyed working shifts, as this enabled him to read and experiment. By 1864, Tom was working for West Union, initially based in Indianapolis, and later in Cincinnati, where he began in 1866 to Union's office in Louis, a wire report. Cincinnati looked like a remote telegraph. It would have a commercial arm of the night. Edison's office in Boston as a wire began to meticulously record his notebook. by sending flute recorder based on technology. Over 1,000 pages. Recorder and tapping them in Morse code. He hoped to build Soft unsuccessful, where he briefly held a job as superintendent of the Gold and Stock Reporting Company. In 1870, after securing new financial backing to develop a faster automatic telegraph, Edison moved to New Jersey. Here, at just 23 years of age, he managed a team just gray hair until the nickname the Old Man. These were also and William Mary at just years of age. The exact circumstances are unclear. She possibly had a tumor, and this led to with her death, possibly being from opiate poisoning. All of that lay in Newark. In the early 1870s, Edison's closest collaborator was the Englishman Charles Batchelor, who joined him as his chief experimental assistant in the summer of 1873. Edison's machines were in high demand, and he constantly sought ways to improve their efficiency, producing sketches of the ideas and concepts that emerged from his fertile mind, which Batchelor converted into technical drawings for the workers to manufacture prototypes from. Edison's primary interest remained multiplex telegraphy, the ability to send multiple telegraphic messages along a single wire. A viable duplex telegraph system in 1854, enabling 4 messages to be transmitted simultaneously. Although Edison began investigating multiplex telegraphy at Western Union, he was offered $30,000 by J. Gould of the Atlantic and Pacific Telegraph Company for his design, a huge sum by the standards of the time, which went some way to making him financially independent. In 1876, he had already been looking for larger premises for his family and his work, decided to acquire a house and 2 tracts of land at the nearby village of Menlo Park for $5,200. Edison's father, Samuel, supervised the construction here of a laboratory near the house. In the period that followed, as part of their experimentation with communications technology, Edison and Batchelor invented the electric pen, which enabled the user to create several copies of the same document or drawing, as the movement of the needle-tipped pen created a stencil by piercing small holes into a piece of paper. A patent for the invention was filed in March 1876 and became a great commercial success, selling at $35 each. Although Edison was formally an employee of Atlantic Telegraph at this time, he continued to receive financial support behind the scenes from Western Union to work on a speaking.
What up, Momo? How you living, pimp?
A means to transmit.
Long time no speak. What's good, son? Is there a reason why your microphone absolutely sucks? Yeah, that's not phenomenal. Yeah, way better. What's up, baby? Maverick stream?
How do I get them to get my Apple?
That's a good question. Did you send it yet?
no replacement that I could like replace Grover with.
You don't stream more often, and you'll be fine.
Sorry, it's my OCD.
You're okay. I understand what you're saying. It's like, hey, if you're going to make an investment, why not make the investment on as many platforms as possible? But you're already going to be live on like 5 different platforms, maybe 7. It's way, way too many to keep track of. You're going to be fine there. To just stream one day as a streamer. What are you doing?
Doing stuff with cryptocurrency.
Okay, you can do all that while streaming.
Okay.
Not involved in cryptocurrency.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I can't.
The user had to shout into it by the receiver. Edison was convinced that there was a way to enhance the sound quality, and he spent the next 2 years experimenting with various materials which would enable the vibrations to travel through his jaw. In 1877, telephone, by adding sound to be transmitted with greater clarity, not just transmitted. By July 1877, he was able to record onto paper and then have it back using the coded vibrations. The phonograph. However, Edison was not able to find a method that allowed him to play back the sound until November, when he decided to use tin foil wrapped around a cylinder as his recording medium. Although Edison's phonograph could only record 10 seconds of sound, allowing him just enough time to record the nursery rhyme Mary device in New York City at the office of the Scientific American Journal in December. Sensation. Edison in device throughout the country. Gave a private demonstrations. Although most of the public regarded Edison's invention as a fun magic trick, in a journal article about the application, Edison century in countries like three others, which would remove the large urban newspapers. Across the country, notably the Great by the British Professor Humphrey Davy at the beginning of the century. But 7 decades of experiment entered the 1862 introduction. However, as does the insulating part that burned away, arc lights, in Canadale, he hired the mathematician Francis Upton to collect all the existing literature on both his own experiments and to for the performance of his creations. Edison and Upton determined on the basis of their research would need a vacuum inside the bulb to prevent the filament deteriorating, as did with the air that would enable circuit lights to retain intensity. Like the spring of 1879, Edison had tried with carbon either the half. Edison to keep a light going for over 100 hours. Edison had finally created a product which he believed would replace the dangerous and environment at a fraction of
Folks. China.
earlier, visitors once again flocked to Menlo Park in order to see the laboratory lit up at all with a patent for his new design. Edison cracks Armstrong shorter lifespan than Edison's. Edison believed that what mattered not who came first, but whose on Graham Bell's telephone companies before then. Edison would face a much tougher challenge. In order to facilitate his law, establish the Edison commercial interests in Europe. At the International Electrical Exhibition in Paris, August, 2 large rooms to exhibit products. Incandescent lights, phonographs in remote press. Edison won 5 gold medals with an order for 3 chandeliers. In London, other Edison associates were busy rigging a lighting system powered by a General Post Office building at Pleasant. The work of the Edison Company formed Edison's plans to build a power station at Pearl Street in order to protect his wires from the element. Edison opted to run them underground, and by the summer of 1882, buildings in New York's financial district to light up. Edison then switched on the light at the offices of the banker J.P. Morgan, a shareholder of the Edison Company. Edison's soon began to appear throughout America and his European subsidiary of the electrical engine by the name of John William Lieb, whom he sent to Milan the following year as chief electrician of the Italian company. This electrical utility company in Europe. Despite the death of his first wife in 1884, and the changes company's telephone experimental department. In late 1884, Industrial and Cotton Centennial Exposition. He met the agricultural industrialist Louis Miller, teen-year-old daughter Mina. By a 13-acre plot of land where he could spend his experiments. Edison was determined to find a new wife to help him take care of his 3 children. He remained in correspondence with Mina Miller over the course of a year, and by July, despite being twice put for permission to marry his daughter, which was readily granted. Mina's mother was less enthusiastic, but the couple were married anyway in Akron on the 24th of February, 1886. The couple were looking for a spacious house, and in January 1886, Edison for $125,000 in a liquidation sale. Edison considered the house a wedding. The couple initially spent their honeymoon though they were initially obliged to stay at a hotel, as Edison's house, christened Seminole Lodge, was not yet ready to admit them. Following the honeymoon, the couple moved to Glenmont and found herself struggling to manage the household as the 20-year-old mother of 3 children. Long hours at his lab. 88, Mina gave birth to a daughter named Madeline. 2 more sons followed. John in 18 was governor of New Jersey in the 1940s, and Theodore, born in 1898, who followed in his father's footsteps. In May 1886, Edison encountered a problem of a different kind for the first time. Previously, he was used to dealing with technical and scientific problems, but this was one of them. And demands for workers to work 60 or 70 hours a week for meager wages. Workers struggling. His manufacturing company set up a factory in Schenectady in upstate New York as Edison became the latest in a long line of American industrialists during the Gilded Age who resisted. At the end of the year, Edison was ill with lunacy and went to Fort Myers to recuperate. When he had recovered in early 1887, he supervised construction of the laboratory at West Orange, not part of the Thomas Edison Historical Park. The previous year had appealed to Edison to turn his attention an initial by the intervening aid. In 1887, Edison decided to form a new company, the Edison Phonograph Company, to turn it else in return for a 15% share of the profits Edison had unwittingly created. As Edison struggled to generation phonograph, which would involve negotiating with Gilliland and Edison's attorney, John Tomlinson, behind Edison's back. Edison felt betrayed by his associates and pursued costly litigation to consolidate his control over the market. His primary focus was the second generation phonograph. By 1888, by Young's home in the United States, most and safest method of distributing electricity of the alternating current system, widely known by its abbreviated name AC today, which enabled electricity to over long distances of hundreds of miles at a much Edison's direct current system, which operated at a low voltage and could only distribute power within a radius of 1 mile. Despite his ideological opposition to Edison, Tesla subsidiaries in Paris 1882 and soon came to the attention of Charles Batchelor. In 1884, when Batchelor to New York City, Tesla accompanied him and began airing dynamo. While Edison recognized states, Tesla left the Edison Company and formed the Tesla Electric Light and Manufacturing Company, but was soon left penniless when his investors abandoned him. In 1880, a major breakthrough in developing enabled AC voltages to be changed, making the electricity efficient users. This motor attracted the attention of the businessman George Westinghouse and his company, Westinghouse Electric. After Tesla joined forces with Westinghouse, Edison launched a bitter campaign, AC electricity. In one demonstration, Edison sent journalists to the courtyard of the laboratory to witness the execution of animals with AC electricity in a process he described as electricide, death by electricity. Edison also saw an opportunity to discredit Westinghouse when he was approached by New York electrical engineer Harold Brown, who had been instructed by the governor of New York to develop an electric chair for the criminals. In conjunction with Thomson Houston, Westinghouse's AC rival, Edison ensured that the electric chair carried a Westinghouse generator, and Edison's lawyer attempted to popularize the term Westinghouse, Tesla, and AC electricity in general. In 1889, J.P. Morgan approached Edison with a plan to merge all of Edison's electric companies into the Edison General Electric Company. Thomson Houston to form General Electric of the American electrical industry and brought Westinghouse to the brink of bankruptcy. The current war between Edison and Westinghouse certainly brought out, and is best known for the inauguration of the Eiffel Tower, a controversial creation at the time that was initially intended to be a temporary structure. The Edison was also a popular attraction. Here, Edison demonstrated his designs and inventions. His new design of 30,000 visitors in a month. Edison was in France, and in September, in the private salon of Eiffel, the design, which Edison praised as a symbol of modernity. On a visit to the Paris Opera, Edison was given the honor of watching a performance from the presidential box. Edison's products required a supply of high quality metal, a lack of high quality metal, and since the late 1870s had been trying to extract metal from lower quality ore. He developed a method to extract iron from beach sand using a powerful electromagnet and formed the company in 1881, but the company closed after 3 years after its operations failed. Interested in this endeavor, this time focusing on developing machines. The president of the American Institute of Mining Engineers as a consultant. By February 1889, Birkenbein was able to produce iron with over 60% purity. Mines himself and refine the metals for use in his own supply chain, making his home in the process. After sending a team of surveyors to sites, Edison acquired a large site at Ogdensburg in New Jersey, where he built an ore crushing mill to reduce orders to tiny fragments via a piece of rollers created groups of electromagnets. It's an indication of the breadth of his activities that Edison diverged from his usual work to develop new methods in this area. The formation of General Electric in 1890, the giant named B.P. Morgan had removed Edison's name from the company name as a concession to Thomson Houston. Edison's feeling that he was being sidelined in the new corporate entity was reinforced when Morgan appointed Charles Coffin of Thomson Houston. Then, in 1893, Edison suspended operations as a nationwide economic depression dubbed the peak led to a collapse in demand. Edison was forced to seek a loan his father-in-law Louis Miller's company with some difficulty. Despite the financial troubles, at the Chicago World's Fair in 1893, the Edison Tower of Light dominated the exhibition at the center of the Electricity Hall. Although a kinetoscope was not among these in Chicago, by 1894, Edison had established the Edison Manufacturing Company, which provided 25 kinetoscopes to the Kinetoscope Company, which then set up a bank of machines and charged visitors 25 cents to watch short films, the subjects of which included The Strongman Eugene Sandow, Buffalo Bill, folk dancing, and dancing. Edison went on to sign a deal to record to his mine at Ogdensburg, which restarted operations in November 1894. Edison's desire to streamline operations and transform the mine into a profitable enterprise in turn led him to build a modest name of the White House. Yet, despite all of his efforts in the quest for efficiency and productivity, Edison's all remained less. By 1899, he financed few majors. In search into X-rays when he learned of his father Samuel's death at the age of 91. Although Thomas Edison's fame ensured his comfortable retirement twilight years, approached parenting and workaholic nature had caused problems with his children, and in the late Edison's relationship with his two eldest children largely came to an end. His eldest daughter, Marion, where she married the German army officer Karl Oskar Oeser in 1895. Although Edison gave his reluctant blessing, he stopped writing letters to Marion, who was forced to continue abundance. Marion's younger brother, Thomas Jr., struggled to emerge from his father's shadow and bitterly commented that there was no place in the world he had begun working for his father. Tom and his younger brother William each founded their own short-lived businesses carrying the Edison name against their father's wishes. Tom further scandal year-old actress Marie-Louise in February 1890. Edison fight over his kinetoscope. Like many of Edison's former subordinates, William Dixon left the Edison to a competitor, the American Mutoscope Company. While Edison hoped to continue developing the kinetoscope one viewer per device, Dixon believed the future of motion were larger screen. After Edison was granted his patent for the camera in 1897, he sued Dixon's renamed Bio. In July 1901, The circuit court ruled in, but Biograph won an appeal 9 months later, prompting a countersuit from Edison. As a result, Biograph shifted its focus to newsreels and public events. Studio continued to make light. It was not the first narrative film to be made. It was a popular hit and occupies an iconic place in American film culture. As the 20th century dawned, traditional lead-acid batteries, which charge and was prone to leaking. Edison's electrical current to move oxygen ions through an electrolyte solution from a negatively charged metal plate to a plate. Once the battery was connected to power an electrical device, the ions would move in the opposite direction. After 3 years with materials, Edison decided to use iron for the negative plate, a nickel oxide for the positive plate, and potassium hydroxide for the electric. His work on his storage battery coincided with the early stages of automobile development, and he hoped that his batteries would be used in electric vehicles, which, from popular perception, are not a new first century, but were actually in wide development at the beginning of the automobile revolution, before being eclipsed by petroleum-fueled engines. Edison bought several electric cars for his personal use. Teenage son, Charles. At a price of $15 apiece, Edison's batteries were in high demand, but it soon transpired that they were prone to leaking and lost as much as 30% of their capacity after recharging. Edison's team made a number of enhancements to the durability and longevity of the over the following years. Over the same period, Edison had a car powered by an engine running on gasoline. During the intervening years, Edison came to regard combustion engine cars but the success of the Ford Model T ensured that combustion engines become the means of powering automotive vehicles. In 1813, hopes to meet Bob's death in an explosion in Edison's film inspection department caused a fire to spread throughout the Edison factory complex at West Orange. Continued to be in high demand. And so he ordered the swift folk music and marching bands in his records, while his rival, the Victor Talking Machine Company, began recording discs with the great Edison was key by tests in concert halls, recruited Anna Kane, a audience, paid and fellow opera stars recruited by Edison began singing in tandem now and then to allow the machine to continue on its own, leaving the spectators guessing as to whether they were listening to the live performance or the recording. Edison's efforts to keep the Navy of the First World War in Europe. This quickly resulted in a British trade embargo on carbonical used by military doctors to prevent infection, one which was also a key ingredient in Edison's records. The great by building a plant to make his own carbon acid. That the war in Europe and that the United States should stay out of it, Edison was of the opinion that the United States should be prepared to defend itself should the war take. Shortly after the sinking of the passenger liner the Lusitania, which was carried in May 1915, Edison proposed an American submarine fleet to protect the East Coast. Not long thereafter, he worked with the Department of the Navy to build submarines and battleships. Edison was appointed to head the Naval Consulting Board to advise the U.S. Navy on innovation and research. Although the Naval Research Laboratory Consulting Board did not materialize until 1923, after the United States entered the war in 1917, Edison worked full-time as a defense advisor. Causing the by now 70-year-old inventor to express frustration at the bureaucratic processes within the U.S. government. Further display of patriotism, Edison entertained servicemen overseas at of peace. The war came to an end and Charles Edison had managed competently in his absence. Now, In 1923, he formally resigned as president of his holding company, Thomas A. Edison Inc., as chief executive. However, his hopes were threatened by the development of wireless radio technology. Edison refused to abandon his attachment to his phonograph cylinders, and Charles spent much of the 1920s forlornly dealing with an increase on staff and management who defected to more innovative companies. Edison's failure to keep up with the times did nothing to diminish his fame, and a 1922 poll by the New York Times named him as the greatest living American. Although Edison's companies only filed 31 patents in the decade between 1921 and 1931, a decline on some previous. During this period, enjoyed the financial support of likes of J.P. Morgan. Throughout his life, Edison believed that Wall Street financiers were exclusively interested in further accumulating fortune. Also developing. He was a critic of the Federal Reserve and the gold standard, arguing that gold is of little utility, and it created on this basis, he argued, could never lose its value. Rubber was the focus of Edison's energies during the final decade of his life. In an age prior to the many accidents it was free, they were often joined by the tire manufacturer Harvey Firestone, and the more discussed issue extensive during the war, and over by implanting specimens from abroad, but Edison was determined to create rubber from plants native to the United States. Interests of national security, with the financial backing of Ford Established Corporation, and collected specimens of rubber-bearing plants by consulting botanical scientists and sending his agents throughout the whole of North America. Much of the experimentation with rubber was carried out at Fort Myers, where the climate. After methodically extracting the from each plant, would record the characteristics of each sample, ordering his agents to return to the field to acquire them. In the autumn of 1928, the 81-year-old Edison was awarded the Medal of Honor in a ceremony at West Orange. Radio Link, President Calvin Coolidge declared, "World, the United States takes pride in the thought that his rise from humble beginnings and his unceasing struggling to overcome the obstacles on the road to success illustrate the spirit of our country." Edison's friend Henry Ford would also take steps to honor his achievements. At his birthplace in Dearborn, Michigan, formed by a history of American industry. As the centerpiece of the display, Ford proposed building a replica of Edison's Menlo Park complex, which had fallen into repair. In October 1928, from the site to use when the museum was inaugurated on the 21st of October 1929, it was renamed the Edison Institute of Technology. John T. Rockefeller in the Edison Institute City crashed, sending the United States and the world into the Great Depression. Meanwhile, Charles Edison was that summer to close down the photo business. He was on his elements and was able to cultivate a goldenrod plant that yielded rubber from its leaves. He planned to build a factory in Georgia on land owned by Henry Ford to produce rubber for the Ford Motor Company. But this would never see fruition in his own. In spite of his optimism for the future, Edison's physical health was in decline. For several years, he had been suffering from diabetes and in a curious approach to his health, had been subsisting largely any more than 4 hours at night, something which caused him to frequently doze off during the day. In May 1931, he gave a radio address from Fort Myers to the National Electric Light Association there at the latest economic downturn, stating, quote, "My message to you is to be courageous. I have lived a long time. I have seen history repeat itself. Out just on engine June, Edison made occasional visits to the laboratory before he collapsed in his chair at home on the 1st of August. His health managed, he was able to take car rides outdoors. But by September, Edison was dying. In the early hours of the 18th of October 1931, Thomas Alva Edison died at the age of 84 at his home of Glenmont, Orange. Thomas Edison is celebrated as one of the world's most prolific inventors, with 1,093 U.S. patents to his name and a further 1,339 from other countries. Generations of school children around the world have been brought up with tales of Edison's inventions and scientific discoveries. Over his 6 decade career as an inventor, Edison's work, distribution, mining, cement, storage batteries, and the production of natural rubber, among other industries and products. While Edison saw particular commercial success with the phonograph and his project failed to meet his ambitious in recent years. To this, and Edison is certainly a ruthless businessman who tried to undermine his competition. Yet he was also unquestionably one of the great visionaries and architects of the modern world. Of Thomas Edison, was he the greatest genius, made the modern aggressive businessman, and exploited his own fame to destroy and create market monopolies? How would it be though? Is it fun? Is it fun? The whole world dies. After city where Jenny Vance and his wife. I mean, is that the Peter Thiel? It's fake. It's so obvious. It's fake. Act. This whole thing. Worked as a national security staffer. Just put it in. Fake at this point. We don't know it's fake. How much more evidence does anyone need? Sorry. Over the last 6 months or so, we've watched the untrustful Joe Rogan on everything on spectrums. Joe Rogan either shuts them down, changes the subject, or acts like he has no idea what they're talking about. But Tim Dillon just looked into JRE Studios and laid it all down. Broke it down for disclosure, and the guy just sat there and took. That's where we're at. Rogan. And fitting the administrative points of the Epstein file. Back to his fans were compromised, and they were honestly, but then things shifted. Tim saw where things were headed. He read the room, saw the same kind of direction. You know, part of that inner circle. And unlike Joe, he had the awareness. Rogan obviously did. Joe deals with it now after the film. Speaking of copying and uploading something massive from Patreon right now, that's going to be one of the biggest and most videos I've made to date. I'm tracking the full evolution. right now. Anyway, so the rest of us that go into the it's really we're finally getting it. This country don't own a house. No service to the idea. They've forgotten what owning a home feels like. It feels like having a barbecue or drink a glass of wine, smoke a cigar, watch a game, in a little apartment, type, run a MacBook. They're getting radicalized in any direction. They're upset. Dating apps or whatever. But they don't feel close. Because they know. Same with healthcare. AI's going to stuff with health. It's from negative side. You go, AI's going to disrupt the economy to a point where, we're not going to have people owning homes and cars and things. People now, obviously, there's something stuff. AI thinks overblown to an extent, and I think so much where GDP depends on it that a lot of these companies are things are creepy. They're creepy companies. I mean, the amount of talent tech companies now in general is unprecedented. That they have this world of armies. Have AI. Just recently said it's going to be like a million times smarter than the smartest human has ever lived by the human race. It's going to be controlled by select few people. That's weird. I think the reality is that eventually they're going to go, you want safe streets, you want food, you want good money, you got to do X, Y, and Z, you got to believe X, Y, and Z. And I mean, that seems fuck Kelly Pammer and his renting isn't new. What Tim Dillon just has nothing to do with left. It's about the people on the top versus everyone else. It's really that simple. And Tim Dillon is an avid property investor himself. Those of you who follow him know about his multiple properties. States not meant for an entire generation. Just because he's been able to achieve it himself doesn't make him an enemy. That is such an average fucking normie take. The point is, guys like Rogan, who by the way is much, much richer than Tim, keep bringing on these other rich dudes. Just fucking trillionaires trying to convince us that state of things. You want to do X, Y, and Z. You want to believe X, Y, salvation. And we're about to watch that happen because just fine. So Joe Rogan had a team just doesn't matter. The Barry was here about that team was just putting us in Boston. They had block cameras in Austin, but then they shut those medical reasons. It's used all over the country. It's all spreads every day. It's carjacking kids in the backseat, flexing safest. So a lot of top people love it. And cities like Austin, it's a backlash on diplomacy, and it's a real. So Austin, they have block we recognize Jason Town. Against Austin. Yeah, their flock is. Subsequent to that, mayor, your mayor in Austin, we think that's it's crazy to have some crimes and stop crimes. Chicago got some medical issues that they also definitely didn't have a flock and some turn off. Yeah, so this is a system. Could be used in that way. Anything else is that's why cops have to get more investing in AI surveillance systems and pushing them on JRE because he cares about people leading out on the streets of Chicago. Come on, bro. How can Joe like that and just you catch the language there? Can't save people leading out on the street and nobody cares. That's manipulation. Right there, he's building the moral case about it, so you feel guilty for questioning it in the first place. You push back, you're actually throwing hijacking, and then the straw man at the end that, it's just like a cop getting a warrant for their central house. What the fuck is that? We're living here in 2026 with random legal law. We're supposed to believe that mass surveillance is fine because there are laws in the law books about who can access the data. And when that is such a Trojan horse, they'll sell the infrastructure first. By the time you realize it's actually it's suggesting how far compromised Joe Rogan had project style race that's going on right now. Like the future of whatever the United States has kind of depends on us getting there first. Right? I think if you got there first, then probably a wrap. The guys fighting China in the country. Yes. I think Vance comes out and he goes, I'm worried about our credits. I was like, well, do it first. This is what these people have any interest in pulling it out. Any interest in that, but their economic mission isn't that's not going to be possible. Because they're more off. And they're heavily invested in it. Based on your point, Manhattan Project style of the United States to be us getting there first. That's the talking points he's been fed by good. Like Andre Andreessen and the until I look at without even realizing that you just sit in one one sentence. My worry is that if the guys are fighting China, we're going to become China. Then he goes further. He thinks Palantir describes that Lana-based merger. It's just so fucking wild to me that Tim Dillon has to sit there and explain that to Joe Rogan. The only thing that makes me personally happy is Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump just bought an island. That gives me really excited. They're really excited to see how you're so very demonstrates. They burned the prime minister's house in the president. I'm not saying it's good, but it's good. It's all thing. So realizing that this technology has been set up to give you this idea that you have some back. Just go buy it. That's what's happening. I think how fun would it be? Is it fun if the whole world dies and I'm just sitting and having dinner with Jenny Vance and his wife? I mean, is that the fun with Peter Thiel? Yeah, I mean, is that what we want? So let's break this down because Reagan just completely exposed the half hours of NRE and they didn't even mention Palantir once the entire episode. In fact, his own description says co-founded Palantir Technologies when he served as the chairman for fuck's sake. And then when Theo Von brought it 10 months later last year, he is asking Tim Dillon whether he changed if he united to $8 million as a bunker. Do you think you feel differently if you did? The question is that admission and a confession. In the last 2 years of JRE, the answer is staring us all in the fucking face. And credit to Tim there because he's so transparent about all of this. He says he was by Tim Dillon turned it down. He's the one thing about his own relationships. Now, I've been thinking about this for a while, so I want to put it down. Does Joe Rogan keep having billionaires, entrepreneurs, comedians, and weirdos in response for asking auditioning for the CEO of Palantir's point of view? These are the richest, most powerful people on the planet. They've already owned the media and all the platforms and the whole political system. They need a fucking platform, own the platforms. Why are they on JRE? Like, what is the public service here? Rogan's whole brand is built on just asking questions. But you choose what you're curious about, right? And when you're choosing billionaires and when you sit across from the chairman of the big puppet. Meanwhile, Tim Dillon is in full flight. What is the motive of certain massive big donors? Is the motive the strength and prosperity of America, is it the strength of the rest of the world? Like, how much are we putting ourselves at odds with the rest of the world? Indescribable. Just a logical person. Southern Lebanon, they're fun. I know the Shells. I know they enjoy each other. We know each other for a long time. But here's the deal. They're not going to the house. They can't be around the kids. The thing that drives me crazy is the negotiators. They get negotiators and they want to whack it up. They kill all the negotiators. And a drug deal going to work. I think Israel for the South, they get it. If he doesn't find a way to extricate us from this war. So I think it's certainly the job of many of to look at it and go, what is happening? So this is effectively the essence. Relationship with Israel. How for interest left behind with American money is flowing through the news to maintain that influence there and even rumors. But anyway, they can't do it. Looking into that studio doing more rumors because it's been begging someone to do for months. He named the companies, he described the system in detail, who said the things that got fever on gaslit, and that Duncan Haynes admitted they felt doomed over. And Grogan couldn't do a single thing but sit there and take it. It seems like the only one still pretending that everything is fine is Joe Bell. Hanging my face up. Anyway, thanks for putting up with my rambling. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to this channel, and make sure you check out my Patreon via the link in the description for uncensored content. Thanks for watching, guys. Catch you in the next video.
Boy. Thirty-seven, 61, 31, both down, 36, 31, 136, 139, 7 seconds. 33, 66, 395, 31, 35, 100% of the year, 37, 46, 87, 2 select, 7, first one, 87, 18, 1, 2, 7, 2, 0, first one, 20, 31, 13 else, 7, 2, 0.
And welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions, such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introductory element for the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper reflection into essential elements in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully able to dive into the primary texts, which are entirely Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the year series, you can find them in that playlist of all topics in esotericism. Perhaps consider supporting production, perhaps free academic hermetic philosophy by joining my own or perhaps with a one donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden mysticism and Kabbalah. And we talked about last time, right? And Kabbalah, right? We're still 1,200 years away from pretty much in a time period recap of this, right? Just to recap a little bit from last time, to the lay of the land. We defined mysticism, at least for the purposes of this class, which doing things like defining mysticism makes it studying this stuff. So I'm just basically, anytime I say I'm going to define mysticism, it's like putting a target on my back. The way that I want to define it is that non-rational mode in which experiences are. So I would say that there's also the idea that you lean on the mystics to learn what they learn, and that puts you in the tradition of folks who are, in fact, mystics. And there's an entire tradition of Judaism called intellectual mystics. Those much later, intellectual mystics are those also, I think, another form of mysticism that actually doesn't involve mystical experience. And as I mentioned last time, mystics from Israelites, a much broader category. Remember that the Jews received that name, the Hebrew name received that name as being descendants of one of the tribes, of Israel, and some of the prophets we have in the Hebrew Bible are from all over. They're not necessarily Judahites. And we said that the two forms of mysticism that seem to have been prevalent in Israelite society at that time were experienced theophany, that is to say, God has spoken to them. And if you speak on the behalf of God, that makes you a nabi, a prophet. Sometimes those folks are referred to as rohed, as seers. But the idea there is that we have the idea that either those folks can see the future or they hear those folks we typically refer to as prophets. And the most important simple one, but we are relatively confident. In fact, Isaiah and Ezekiel did have some kind of in the literature of the book of Isaiah and the book of Ezekiel, respectively. Now, the idea that you might be wondering, right, how do you say that Moses didn't exist? Well, it's not about what he did or didn't, it's about what we have evidence experiences of Isaiah and Ezekiel or the back of the word. And as we talked about last time, prophecy very well attested all over the ancient Near East, with a weird exception of Egypt. Egypt is kind of prophet-free, which sounds great. I wouldn't want to live anywhere. I don't want any prophets in my neighborhood. I don't want any guy walking down my street screaming at people because they're like, woe to the disbelievers, Yahweh gonna kill you all. I'm like, I'm so I don't want to live anywhere near. But at any rate, we saw last time that there are a great deal of prophets that live all through the ancient Near East, and especially in the Neo-Assyrian context, which tracks very carefully, actually very temporally to the ancient Israelite context. You know a good deal about words for granted because they kind of seem crazy. And if they seem crazy to you, they seem kind of crazy to people back then too, right? Just because you see Jesus in your toes doesn't mean Jesus is in your toes. It might be that you might need all right. This guy is drunk, right? And in many cases, the prophet this is an idea. With this part of transition tonight is that, as you may remember, part of what happens in the theophany literature of the Bible is that the God of the Israelites, Yahweh, makes himself known. I mean, you rule. The idea is that the Israelites are bound to follow the rules, and Yahweh will protect them and give them the land. Well, what's happening is that for various reasons, the Levite state is destroyed and the Judean state is destroyed. And as you might imagine, when your entire theology is founded on a vassal contract, the person who justifies your vassal relationship gets the, well, that's the end of that. And so, again, like you're living in a house and your landlord gets bought out by, I don't know, some sketchy investment firm. Well, you got a new landlord. You have no longer a relationship with the old landlord. Well, now you got to deal with other gods. And so the Israelites have, we predicated it in theology on one system, and it didn't work. Our God seems like either God is defeated or we're defeated, right? What do you do now with the awkward relationship with your former landlord? And so what's going to happen is that prophecy, the idea of Yahweh, what's going to happen is that one to increasingly go away, right? And a new form of really merge. It's going to be a and that new kind of mysticism is what scholar mysticism with the Hanukkah story recorded. So you can actually say they're not. That's the answer that. The events of the Hanukkah story in the Hebrew Bible and the Old. Everyone's like, why are you asking damn questions like this? I'm the one taking this class. So actually, you are right. It is described transparent in time. It is, however, described encodedly in the book of Daniel. It is actually encoded in the book of Daniel. Now, the book of Daniel was probably the Bible is in some ways one of the most elaborate system of symbols. The story of the conquest of Syria, Judea by Alexander the Great, civil wars between his generals that led to the various empires. Seleucids. This section of the book of Daniel is that very beginning of the Maccabean rebellion, right? But they never describe the end of it. Now that leaves an open question. Why don't they describe the event, which were, because they were generic, anyone that wasn't a religious elite? Everybody in this class will be killed in fact, just FYI. violently killed all of us, not them. Which is always weird about Hanukkah. Hanukkah's a complicated idea if you're a progressive, liberal-minded Jewish person. You're like, yeah, I'm celebrating the very people that would have literally the Taliban, the Taliban. We don't know why they don't finish. We don't know. They may have just died. You know, if it was a war, and the Vietnamese didn't like people who could, I don't know, breathe. And so they may have just got killed. They may have just gotten killed. And so we don't see the end of it. It began around 160, 67 BCE. So we have a good idea about where that section of Daniel, when it was written down. Now, why would people code things and slang? Why would people things in weird symbols? Well, because it's a new kind of literature, religiosity emerging in the future. We'll talk about the kinds of books I've read, some sections of the book of Daniel or the book of Revelation, written by St. John, or Nostradamus. So you folks have read Nostradamus, one from the east, and attacks the great bear, and the bear, the sun, and the sun's blood, and you're like, what in the hell are you talking about? They're not just, they're actually describing the right? It's this what we call exhibition prophecy. They're describing things that have happened using code to be a little cryptic, right? Because again, what is one of the things these people like to do? Criticize for events. Empire, like the Romans suck, and I hate them, and God's gonna kill them. You don't want to publish that because they'll crucify you. So what do you write? Well, the kid team will arise from the sea. And then the apocalypse. So they're thinking all the crazy stuff happens in the world. The Messiah's gonna come. This, that, the battle of Gog and Magog, and there's gonna be all this stuff that happens at the end of the world. The battle of Megiddo, whatever. And so many people typically imagine apocalypticism is in the future because the word apocalypticism has been filtered so heavily through Christianity and Christianity happening. In the future, although early Christians thought it was going to happen. Future in the Hebrew Bible, the book of Ezekiel, chapter 26, or Ezekiel made what at the time the single most predictable that is, the nether would destroy Tyre. Well, he predicted that because Nebuchadnezzar was destroying imperialism. It's a completely normal thing to predict. And then the attacker, and it didn't work. Nebuchadnezzar was. And so Ezekiel himself actually has the same book and says, well, what I meant was, he has to reinterpret his own prophecy to explain the fact that he was wrong. Even though it was bad idea, right? Folks may know that they don't predict the future by and large, and in general, this thing. By the way, that whole Nebuchadnezzar thing for people who are biblical literates is a real pain in their because they have to go back and explain wrong and why a prophet admits he got it wrong, and then put a spin on it to fix it, and then they further spin it to further fix it. And my favorite example is, yeah, ideas. And those Hellenistic ideas, specifically the Stoic idea, was that basically God was going to trash everything at the end. There was going to be some that the world would be world. The predictions they do give about the end of the world are themselves just the popular ones. With the Logos, the fire is going to consume the whole world. They're like, sound reasonable. They went with that. So it's actually basically some type of Hellenistic idea. Context on this, right? I'm going to sit with some context on this. Apocalyptic is a time period in which it emerged from roughly about 560 CE, when Judea was destroyed, the Lord's movement on the people of Judea, led by Bar Kokhba, was defeated with hundreds of thousands of Jewish people being killed in the process. What's important to understand about this political and theological landscape is that there is a major breakdown earlier in the, as I mentioned earlier, tell the Israelites, you're doing wrong, you're breaking the contract. Well, after everything comes completely apart, beginning in the 8th century BCE, by the 6th century BCE, there's just a serious problem. And the serious problem is, if the prophets were right, and if every single Judahite was massacred, you want the prophecy to conclusion, right? You broke the treaty, then done, right? And that would have been a very neat, and I say neat, I mean not all the gore of everybody massacred, but it would have been a very tidy story theologically. Well, what happened? The Babylonians didn't kill everybody. They took the entire Judean aristocracy into exile in Judea. And they kept on keeping on. Not in the land, right? Not in their own land, but in Babylon. And not only that, they had a good time. We had extensive records. And we know they were living relatively well in Babylon, in exile, that when the Jewish people were allowed to return to Israel, to Judea, by the Persians, many didn't. They're like, why do I want to return to rock, habitable land? I can live here, by these rivers, and we can, like, with the great empire. They just want to go home. And so, when you go home, right? live there in comfort and security. Why go back to a way? So again, when we talk about the battling exile and weeping by the rivers of the Euphrates, a lot of those Jews are not weeping by those rivers. They were very happy to be in exile and of the living there. The theological problem. Not always. You do when the prophets that you're supposed to be destroyed weren't destroyed. So, does God make any ones? Should we still believe in Yahweh? Like, the temple's been destroyed. What's going on with what do we do with it? It makes sense anymore. The covenantal theology doesn't make sense because there's the remainder that you do. Well, there's a couple different options. You could try to maintain the old covenantal theology, and some people did try to do that. Some people did try to do that. But you can see the logical problem of trying to maintain it. The covenant has been broken. The Judite state's been destroyed, and it's Aristotle. Well, what arises as a way of that problem, right? The way it's is by shifting your theology. Right? Never let a good catastrophe go to waste. You simply is a new theology. In fact, the religion of the ancient Israelites is recognizable to anyone here. Anyone here recognizes a religion like that style is a theologically renovated religion. So what happens is that they innovate. They theologically innovate. They develop a new theology that maintains the trappings of the old covenantal theology, radically philosophic means. And so, what are those kinds of change for? To make this, you always have to be God of everything, not just God of Israel and what the other gods being existing out. It's called monotheism. God. That's what the Israelites basically do. Now, the new shift is not only my God be your God, your God's not you. There's just one God who emerges in the aftermath of this catastrophe. So the God of the Israelites is now said to be the only God, and that God is responsible for everything. And not just responsible for everything, but responsible for everything forever. God has a plan for the entire covenant. Precisely important. God is planning, no matter how confusing it is. In fact, the worst is, it's evident for the fact that God is preparing something amazing. Right? So this kind of theology is going to be decisively important in this matter. So what also has to happen here, right, is that the Israelites well, we didn't. And verse 12 said, kind of prophecy, see God showing them. So this is a much more literary movement of God describing what God has shown them, what God has in phenomenological mode of experiencing mysticism. Right, a very different time of mysticism indeed. Now, what precipitates this? How do they get the ability to, what underwrites? The answer is really complicated, and the short answer is we don't know. We don't know. Because we don't have good records about, we don't have good records of how this goes down. The best theory I've seen is that when it happens, the Judahite aristocracy is still a relatively, is the right word to describe this here. The ancient Babylonians are like the New Yorkers of the ancient world. They're cosmopolitan. They're literate. They have an ancient area, right? You're talking about an aristocracy that is a relatively backwater people coming into contact with an incredibly old, incredibly literate, right? When the Judahites wanted to write diplomatic documents, they wrote it in the language of Babylonian. Must have been bowled over the Mississippi aristocracy being conquered and then dragged off to New York, right? You just can't imagine the shell shock of what must have happened. Furthermore, they're coming in contact with a very dynamic new religion. Zoroastrianism is, of course, a reform religion founded by the prophet Zoroaster, who we don't know much about, even when he lived, is not clear. But if I summarize Zoroastrianism to you, I bet it will sound immediately faithful. So, Zoroastrianism is a basic dualistic religion that claims that a good god and an evil god are lost in a kind of battle for the destiny of the world. The forces of good are represented by non-physical spiritual entities, and those non-physical spiritual entities, right, are that structure there. Now, this good versus evil dualism is going to result in a titanic, catastrophic battle at the end of time. The forces of good will win. They will throw the forces of evil into a nether world, and not only that, but they're given tours of the underworld. That's tours of the underworld. They're way up to Europe. But Gary was influenced by the divine comics. They're at the end of the world will be resurrected. Bodily, they will be judged, right? And they're being composed by Zoroaster. And the idea is that your relationship with Scripture is more important in many ways than doing sacrifice like sacrificing animals. Those priests, by the way, are called Magi. You may recognize them from the Bible, right? Those are the guys that show up to adore the baby Jesus. At any rate, that should all sound pretty familiar to most of us. If you take a little Judaism and add a little Zoroastrianism to it, shake it up in your cocktail shaker, pour it in a glass, you have all the ingredients for great Christianity, or Islam, or apocalyptic Judaism. Now again, many people detest the idea that Judaism could be influenced, informed, changed by non-Jewish pagan people. When the Jewish people arrived in this area, they would have been a guarantee work by them. They would have been influenced by them. So Zoroastrianism probably has a huge impact. In many ways, Zoroastrianism has a huge impact on world religion in general. So thanks to Zoroastrians, and it produced but sadly, it's a threatened religion now. It's a very tiny religion primarily located in Iran, America, and Japan. in Iraq. But are in the other. They're not that great, unfortunately. Pretty small. So. For folks who have some background in philosophy of being religion and separate, it existed primarily in Judaism, but obviously it will persist in Christianity. In fact, Christianity is just in many ways apocalyptic. It's when, in fact, apocalypse is right. It's when the shift completely goes over to one side, and the apocalyptic is what really matters. And Judaism becomes an adjunct, right? Catholicism, one imagine Christianity that way, but also in Islam. Islam also largely so based on a guy being shown things by an angel. It's fundamentally an apocalyptic religion. So what makes the apocalypse? Now, what's important to know about this is that no one sat down in Judea or in Babylon and said, I'm going to invent apocalypticism. What they did was be religious, and they innovated. And the specific religious innovations that they developed, we now call apocalypse. Right? So it's important to note here, this is a scholar note that when you do that, when you apply a schema to ancient people, it never fits perfectly. Right? Something they left out, something they left in, but it's such a stable kind of scheme that we the first thing is here the last, I'll mention it first, because the last will be first. Is the name apocalypse, right? It comes from the word apocalypsis in Greek, which means to reveal or to uncover. And what's important about this right? Go condemn those people being bad and being rich. No, here we have God revealing complete that's being mediated by a divine, semi-divine being, typically an angel. So an angel shows up and says, let me show you something. And what do they show them? All kinds of things. All kinds of things. Apocalypse are interested in how we hear the Hebrew Bible. One of the things that's weirdly missing discussion of the world of the race. Right? Big discussions of Genesis. There's no real sense of like, what is the world exactly? Because they're not really interested in Judea, but it's very, very important. And the apocalyptic book.
What's up, Miss Aquarius?
Also, they're very interested in that Catholicism is primarily dealing with the future.
Are you guys ready?
No, I'm just listening to her.
They're very interested
Okay.
and that's where it all comes from. It names some things, right? But the word and women's child pain, and that the pain will increase. It never says there wasn't. It will get worse, right? So it never says, and that's where people are off the rails, right? The apocalypse is very interested in this. Also, right? But the apocalypse is very interested in encoding their writings. Again, as I mentioned earlier with the exhibit, the same kind of social doing it in a way that in a literary form in which they encode those criticisms by describing them as if they're happening in the future. Right? So they describe present events and encode what as if they're happening in the future for an apocalyptic writer. Do anything. He called Pat. Like, you people are bad, rich, and God hates you. Doing anything. You know, like, and the cattle become fat of the land. He's like, I hate you people and God you too. Right? That's not what they said by what this is. Also, what to them is oppression. Right? They're very interested in oppression and tribulation. Specifically, why do bad things keep happening to us? The only God. Like, that's like we just get whipped by the they just killed like a bunch of us. Like, what's going on, God? Why did we all get wiped out? Or most of us. They're very interested in why this tribulation's happening, right? And again, I say tribulation. The idea is it's real bad for a while, but when the apocalypse is, God has a plan. And not only that, there's an idea that in Israelite religion. Everybody in Israelite religion wants the same underworld, Sheol. It doesn't matter if you're a good person. The apocalypse. Bad people will get punished. This idea comes from the rate of how things are going to go down in the future. And of course, right? Why does that make sense? Because a lot of good people will be under they're also in otherworldly journeys, right? They'll go on journeys of their life, very dualistic. That's the same world in apocalyptic literature, very conservative. Good guys, bad guys. Right? Good guys are going to win, bad guys are going to lose. You don't see that. You know, I really good on punishment. Apocalypticism is dualistic world. Intense political crisis, right? Dualism emerges. The good guys and the bad guys, right? Right? Whether it's the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, right? Whether it's the sons of light versus the sons of polarized. World, and that's often how you describe. And again, I think it's Marxism. So anyway, right? So what's really important about apocalypticism is someone's going to fix all this, right? Because clearly, if you look at the time period being conquered by the Greeks, being conquered by the Romans, being maxed by various people, it's pretty clear that we're not going to be the ones to fix this. So enter into history. And that, of course, never clear about there being just one Messiah. I mean, these sections of Judaism, just waiting on that last one. So they got rolled into one dude, which is pretty smart. So there's all kind of anti-Messiah characters, right? You have a good guy fighting for the good guys. You're gonna have a bad guy fighting for the bad guys. That's anti-Christ. And there are lots of different stories about the bad guys, right? And they make you good. They struggle with the world. They want you to get there. visions of the hellish worlds in the afterlife, it's pretty motivating. Like, I don't want to go there where they like boil you in excrement forever. Is that bad? I want to go there. Right? So there are very ancient structures of the various heavens and the hells. It seems that what's apparent to us, the world is actually being dominated by a vast majority of spiritual creatures. Typically, we now know them as angels. In terms of literally all around you, engaging in titanic spiritual warfare for the destiny of the world. Right? And every country has its own angel, right? Their own demon, etc. So, the scale of things is also bigger. In Israelite literature, they kind of don't like the Egyptians, and they kind of don't like the Assyrians. But you never have a because they're kind of a parochial people. Honest, although they like to claim that very ancient people wrote them. So Enoch wrote this, or Abraham wrote this, or Shem, to allege ancient authorship. Now, from the new down the street road, as it cares, right? Like, Manny wrote a book about it. The hell is Enoch, right? So, yeah, Manny was like, Enoch, right? And so he puts Enoch's name on it, patriarch who never died, looks like, Noah's grandfather, whatever. Father, Noah's father, like, yeah, Enoch, that dude, yeah, he was real. Read his book, right? So you throw a name like him on there, and people are going to read your book, and it's about the end of the book. All right, let's get into what makes this work, right? Why would anyone write all this stuff down? Well, the first is historical and psychological. In a world of theological and political ones. And when my life is in turmoil, one of the things I try to figure out is, why is this happening to me? Right? Because we think, because we're stupid, that if we understand something, we get power over it. You don't. Right? You can be real smart, and they basically just like, throw you in that. Happened to you. Right? Most people don't do that. So it's not for no reason. No one likes the idea of meaningless. Free from the sun in the middle of the void, and in 4 billion years, the sun goes off this planet, and every bad thing that's ever happened to you is not going to be a memory. This person, we want to understand why our traumas are happening. We will put every different random. It's just a plan. And what that plan? The end of the world. Right? The world is going in a very specific direction, and God is going to make things right. Punching the wicked. Supporting the righteous. This is all part of the plan. right? So the person that has a wide enduring house. People can get through anything. As long as they have a reason why it's happening, right? I think there's about, right? And so the idea here, right, is that basically what you get is you get a reason why to book a plan. And the apocalypticist has been revealed that plan. No one likes being colonized. No one likes being by foreigners. No one likes stuff. Anything about that. That's bad. And so you want to protest against it, right? You want to protest against it, right? When the Algerians want to destroy their country, the Algerians are like, we ain't having it, right? And they protest against it. Now, there are a lot of ways you can protest. One way of protesting is merely trying to fight the Romans. And they have very limited success. You can also write books about how they're bad, and God hates them, and God's going to judge them, and God's going to kill them eventually. Now, again, as I said earlier, you can't come out and just write that way, right? Boo the Romans. Tiberius sucks. God will kill him. And the Romans will be like, that's interesting. How would you like to be crucified? Right? So they're going to do that. They're going to encode it. And if you know, right, I'm opinion, right? If you know, an intern could read the code. They're like, yeah, they're Romans. They're going to get their ass whooped by this God and whoop their ass. And they're like, yeah. And the Romans are like, what are you reading? Right? So that was a way of encoding this. Now, how does all this work? God has to tell you. You, the apocalyptic prophet, God structured the world. History itself is unfolding according to very set rules set down by God, and everything is part of the plan. Apocalyptic literature is that up. As you might imagine, in a world of turmoil, which that the things that you're going through as people around God. I also, but the only drug y'all, every bad thing happening to you, right? Suffering, joy, collaborating, and that idea, I don't know about you, right, is one of the most seductive things like folks we know. Like this. It's difficult to read Marxist propaganda as anything other than, right? It reads very much like an apocalyptic literature, right? Evil emerged with various modes of production, right? As being driven forward by history. And eventually it's going to come to a cataclysmic battle, and after that everything's going to be great. Right? Dictatorship proletariat or whatever. You're like, it's not God doing it. So you can see how they influence. Flourished for hundreds of years. One could even ages, honestly, right? Because you have Jews with the turmoil. Yeah, it continues. And so the apocalyptic literature kept being. Christianity is in many ways an apocalyptic religion. It's a religion that more forcefully accepts you. that lived at that site, they thought Josephus can be trusted to do anything other than make their look good. And then years, and now we have seen in the literature where they're for this battle, he would describe and that was a strategy. The revival of Daniel is imbued with apocalypticism. The War Scroll, the Sea Scrolls, is a very apocalyptic text. Perhaps the most famous literature but preserved, thank God. Because like all these writings, what we need to have done to preserve what they do. Also happen, and we'll get to this next time, is that apocalypticism is also going to give rise to a new form of mysticism called the mysticism, which we'll be discussing next time. How do you get this vision? How do you go? Well, spiritual techniques were developed for this. Mysticism arose. It's all about the day-to-day and keeping on of religious survival, not the Titanic battle at the end. Right? The rabbis are more like, how do we do Judaism now the temple's destroyed? How do we move the Judaism? In many ways, Buddhism was never quite meshed with rabbinical Judaism. And again, one famous quote from the Talmud, right? It says that for every time you try to calculate when the Messiah will come, God delayed coming of the Messiah is years that you calculate in the future. The rabbis don't like this, right? When Rabbi Akiva said, right, that Shimon Bar Kokhba is the Messiah will save us all, the other rabbis make fun of the cheeks. Like, that's not gonna happen. The grass didn't grow in his cheeks because he didn't get buried because it burned alive or supporting Bar Kokhba rebellion. So sometimes it's just me, right? But it was in right now is a short list of all the an enormous amount of literature, right, was produced in the apocalyptic genre. Scrolls, there are more copies of the Book of Enoch than there are copies of Leviticus. People that didn't really like them, they thought they were weird. Jesus imagination is the definitive study of apocalypse. It's the book, right? You take a college level class apocalypse. In Christian apocalypticism of a way possible. And of course also John Reed, another text on trajectories and years and this actually Jewish apocalypse. Which doesn't get much play, mostly because a lot of into Jewish apocalypse. Again, another form of mysticism that emerged, right? That I think we all seem to see Christian folks are predicting the world or whatever. It's none of this without the apocalypse in June, beginning in the 4th century. Join me as I guard that is Jewish. The comment section. Meantime, thank you very much for watching. unknown to history as Leonardo in the small town of or according to others, Giuliano near Vinci, in Tuscany, what is now born in 14
You're the Da Vinci kid. Thanks, Dodie.
family who had lived in the village of Vinci in the 13th century. Means from, as in Leonardo from Vinci. While Ser is an honorific title from Ser Piero Vinci, was a prominent notary, or someone who ensured documents were official and served in a role similar to that. However, openly. Recently, such as the work life, theorized that she was an enslaved woman, or the suits that has an illegitimate child. Which historian prevented him from assuming the rights of his father's station. Da Vinci spent the first year of his life with his mother, Catalina, but was left by his father's parents, Antonio and Luke, who were in their 80s and 60s respectively, had either or his father after this election herself who let her father. His father would be married a total of 4 times and would come to parent age. However, he was taught arithmetic, while also contributed at nature. His early education was undertaken within the households from the operation. Several years later, in 1464, when Leonardo was 12 years of age, Giuliano became Leonardo's mother, and then the death of her parents. Of the medieval period. The term was coined in 1855 by Jean Michelet in his work of period saw the revival of classical writing, Arctic themes deployed into the Roman and Eurocentric, meaning that although this period from the 14th to the 17th century saw a rebirth in arts and learning, in contrast to the previous Dark Ages, Muslims and people in Asia and the great Islamic empires had already been succeeding in innovations and scholarship in the previous period when Europe was stagnant. However, the term is useful in describing the greater movement of which Da Vinci was a leading figure. During rural landscapes and endured consistent wars between the urban elite and the papal state, a term which refers to the swathe of land with its own army that was controlled by the Pope and the Catholic Church. Moreover, nobility and those who controlled cities and land at this time commonly had, which is confirmed in Florence, without large visible income gaps, so a wide variety of people and from different trades might have occupied the same neighborhood, with a family from the nobility having lived in that for centuries. Feudal to such an environment led to acquire status symbols which would demonstrate their wealth and jewelry expect which fueled that gave Leonardo the opportunity to found his life as an artisan. This was one of the security on buildings as well as this Florence. Indeed, life was made turbulent not only due to wars and political intrigue, but also due to a significant level of fear. During the 14th and 15th centuries, the old market the 14th they migrated, and over the next couple of centuries, the Medici family would have members connected to the French throne as well as the papacy. Importantly for Leonardo da Vinci's story, the Medici and other papal families were patrons of beginning was born in 1889 and not only speak the Medici during a time when many were suspicious of bankers also began the tradition of the Medici's art. Cosimo was particularly interested in architecture, as exemplified in part by the participation arts and a cultural interest in Buddhist values. The same the rounded Renaissance man he would become, rather than a lawyer, and soon to be and it was due to his illegitimate status however, through his father's connections, he was able to become Florentine artist del Verrocchio's apprentice of the time, around the age of Verrocchio was born in 1435, although he was the official sculptor for the powerful Medici family. Verrocchio was originally trained as a goldsmith. The 18th century Florence was called, and even between 1464 and 1470, status connections catapulted Verrocchio into a position of influence, and his workshop took orders from many notable clients, demanding a range of wares. In addition to these tombs, who was born in Florence around 1406 and was a renowned painter of the previous Renaissance generation, who was at one time a priest and was also patronized by the Medicis. He painted sometime in the 40s. He also had a scandalous reputation, at one time carrying on an affair with a nun, while he was the torture. His life spared by Cosimo de' Medici, of artists, that young Leonardo was being trained, although it is worth noting that he is considered artists a form of craftsman. Clients would order whether this be a painting, sculpture, engraving, or bronze, and expected their specifications to be met. The nature of this market meant that Leonardo would have been trained not only in the mixing and application of paint, but also in stone masonry, carving, casting bronze, Verrocchio too, as well as the fish on a string. In Verrocchio's painting, Tobias and the Angel, around 1470. But it is suggested by solace or in awe of his young apprentice's skill as a painter, as well as his understanding, and devoted himself to sculpture and gold. Vinci's early work as an apprentice was crafted using tempera, a common in his own with abbey painting. Using oil paints as a medium was a trend that spread Renaissance from the Netherlands, where it had been popularized by being used since the 7th century paint mixed with oils like linseed to bring the medium to a smooth paste texture. With more painting medium at their will to further change the paint's consistency. This to produce more nuanced shadows and shading within their work, giving rise to a style which emphasized distance and perspective. Training at the age of 20 in 1472, soon after joining the Compagnia di San Luca, or the Company of St. Luke, the Painters Guild of Florence. Throughout the Renaissance, or an organization of people from a specific profession on ending his apprenticeship, he continued to workshop for 5 more years until 1477. However, as a member of this organization, he would, during this time, as an assistant to aviation, dated between 1472 and 1475, a painting which is now held in the Uffizi Gallery in Florence. Work, adapted before the Annunciation, can view Leonardo's care and interest in nature, as well as the use of nature to establish the mood of around this time in 1474. Da Vinci also painted the Ginevra da Vinci portrait, which is now displayed at the National Gallery in Washington, D.C. This portrait is of 16-year-old Ginevra da Vinci, the daughter of a wealthy banker and a practicing poet, and given that Ginevra was married in January 1474 to Luigi Niccolini, it is suspected that this painting may have celebrated her wedding. However, it may have also been commissioned by one of several admirers, including great Florentine leader and art patron Lorenzo de' Medici, Cosimo's grandson. Ginevra's portrait also has a reverse side in which surrounded by a sprig of juniper treated with models and infrared scanning of the painting. Bernardo Bembo and Ginevra had an admired platonic printed that the painting on both sides and the Although the style of this painting is similar to the flowers in her vase, much of the painting remains decisive. Domenico Ghirlandaio, a Florentine painter, whilst running his work, very assistance were necessary. In his early years of independent work, he took on an apprentice of the monks from the St. Florence, the feast of the Magi. At the terms of his commission, he was due to finish the royal church efforts recently 12 to 27, and altarpieces such as this remained one of the most popular orders for artisans in Florence. Churches and private patrons were interested in commissioning them as a way of expediting their passage to heaven. Interestingly, whilst there is little known about Leonardo's appearance, it has been suggested that the figure on the far right of the Adoration of the Magi was a self-portrait. Other records suggest that he was a striking figure, tall and with blue eyes. Although scholars have no clear idea of his motivation for leaving earlier works uncompleted, by the time he abandoned this project, Da Vinci had accepted a position in the court of Duke Sforza of Milan. Though he was commissioned almost 1,000 and had just recently, in 1480, undergone a power shift when Ludovico Sforza seized control of Milan. Leonardo used was a horse's head, an unusual shape that was most likely intended to attract attention. Historians have also discovered letters, which were mostly letters, from daily journals, which boasted of the many other skills he could offer the court, including building war machines. Throughout Leonardo's journals, several war inventions were theorized and sketched, such as a giant catapult, a multi-barreled gun, and even flamethrowers and an early tank. Milan was then at war with Venice, and was an established manufacturer of weaponry. On the basis of these designs, Leonardo would eventually be appointed as an engineer to the Duke. Sforza commissioned Vinci to create a bronze statue of a horse, which would serve as a monument to his father Francesco. However, due to later wartime bronze shortages, he was unable to complete this work. During these years, or ink, due to his propensity, many scholars believe that Leonardo had a romantic affair during the 30 years they were together. And while, as posited by historians, sexuality now considered to be interpreted differently at the time. Leonardo also undertook many other projects, such as classical municipal buildings. He worked alongside influential architects such as Donato Bramante, influenced by buildings was designed to Charlie conquer Naples. The following year, Venice, Milan, Rome, and Spain formed an alliance to repel the French, and subsequently vacated Naples and the Italian territories, despite winning the Battle of Fornovo, when the French were all abandoning the territory in response to the mass forces time in 1495 were murals painted with dry pigment directly onto wet lime plaster, commissioned to be painted on the dining room wall of the monastery of Santa Maria della Grazia in Milan. The Last Supper took 2 or 3 years painting to compare to other pieces from the 15th century. This was not a long time for completion. Leonardo explained the mixture made the to the damp conditions at the monastery by Leonardo. Last Supper had to flake off soon after its completion. As well as 1999, a restoration effort Villa, which took over 20 years, moving 5 including the fact that Leonardo chose Judas the disciples of the frame of the light on the faces of the Isis. At the time, patrons were angered by the time it took to complete it. In the court to see official portrait art. Some of his most striking words role regarding these application and were hence seldom attempted. In April 1500, Leonardo was once again in Florence. Though it was no multiple fortresses without Florence's governing body, although he had faced difficulties in the patron, whilst setting up his own studio and career in Florence 20 years previously. Now, due to the changing political culture in the city, Leonardo was seen as a great master of the heroic style, a result of obtaining many commissions. Indeed, when artist Filippino heard that Da Vinci might be interested in an alternate project that he himself had been commissioned for, the artist withdrew, allowing Leonardo lived in the monastery Tissima Annunziata, where he was commissioned and another work which he failed to finish. Cesare, who is well known now for work with and being written about. At this time, he was a commander of the Pope's illegitimate son, and together with the Pope positioned as an Italian prince and regal states control over Italy. After a fortuitous marriage and following his appointment as Cardinal, Cesare used his new father's papal force to establish dominance. Lozzo Vitelli, Leonardo's dear friend, in Spain 7, indicated a talent for cartography in his rendering of the town plan of Imola, an Italian city which had never before been mapped in such great detail. He also developed plans of the Arno River currents, and it was soon abandoned. Florentine Republic officials, after their victory over the Medicis, ordered frescoes of battles with was fought for a single day between Milan and an alliance coalition of Florence and the Pope's armies in a small Tuscan town named Anghiari, the heart of the Republic in Israel. Another leading figure in the Renaissance, Ludovico Buonarroti, was born in 51 when he was commissioned by Florentine officials to produce some of Michelangelo's most famous works, such as the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel in Rome, which took 1450. Although both Michelangelo and Da Vinci had been commissioned by the city to complete these frescoes, both remained only partially finished. In Leonardo's case, his own experimentation got the better of him when he tried a new method of painting frescoes by mixing oil paint and tempera, while in Michelangelo's case, he was called away to work in Rome. Eventually, both of these unfinished works were covered up by artist Giorgio Vasari in the 1560s. Michelangelo and Leonardo had something of a rivalry with one another, and some did their characters, in that Michelangelo was wistful, rude, and untidy, whereas Leonardo was quiet, thoughtful, and elegant. The two had an acrimonious relationship, and Michelangelo often criticized the fact that Leonardo had so many unfinished works. In 1503, Leonardo da Vinci began painting one of his most famous works, the Mona Lisa. The Mona Lisa, or Mona, short for Madonna, is believed to be a portrait of Lisa Gherardini, the wife of silk merchant Francesco del Giocondo, although this assertion has always been contested. Da Vinci worked on this piece for 4 years, adding oil paint in many layers and adding to it throughout his life. Leonardo was evidently fond of the painting and kept it for the remainder of his life. This remains a mystery in itself, as if the portrait had been commissioned, then it would generally have been handed straight to the sitter after completion. The work remains arguably the most famous painting in the world. Indeed, the Mona Lisa was stolen on the 21st of August 1911 by Italian painter Vincenzo Perugia, though the painting was found 2 years later when he tried to sell it, and Perugia was imprisoned for 18 months. The painting is currently in the Louvre in Paris. In around 1507, Da Vinci was appointed as the court artist of King Louis XII of France, who was then based in Milan, holding on to the power that was wrested from the Sforzas. While employed by the French king, Da Vinci was paid a salary and painted and designed sets for plays. And though appointed court artist in 1508, his principal patron in Milan during these years of French control was Charles d'Amboise, the Lord of Chaumont, a French nobleman, Marshal of France, and governor of Milan from 1506 to 1511. Although never constructed, Da Vinci created plans for Charles' villa, as well as sketching plans for an oratory to be built for the church of Santa Maria alla Fontana, which, combining his love of science with art, included lavish gardens with hydraulic devices and aviaries. Da Vinci's architectural plans and drawings for d'Amboise included a loggia, or covered exterior corridor. Furthermore, some scholars posit that these designs were influenced by the Villa Poggioreale, home of the governor of Calabria, designed by Lorenzo de' Medici and realized in 1488 by Giuliano da Maiano. During this period, Da Vinci's propensity for unfinished projects was catching up with him. Signoria received a letter from d'Amboise in May 1506, requesting that Da Vinci return to Milan to finish an unspecified work of art they had been promised, and that he had not delivered. Unfortunately, Da Vinci also owed unfinished work to the city of Florence, the Battle of Anghiari Fresco. The Signoria granted Leonardo permission to travel to Milan and finish his projects for d'Amboise. However, by September 1506, d'Amboise wrote again to the Signoria requesting that Da Vinci stay longer in Milan to finish his work. This request was denied. In true Da Vinci fashion, he remained in Milan anyway, only returning to Florence to settle a personal lawsuit with his brother pertaining to his father, who had died in 1504. Leonardo took on several new apprentices at this time, although his own artistic output as a painter was limited. His new apprentices included young men named Cesaro de Sesto, Giampetrino, Bernardino Luini, who became a noted fresco painter in his own right, and a man who would play an important role in the rest of his life, young Milanese nobleman Giovanni Francesco de' Melzi. As with Salai, most scholars agree that Melzi and Da Vinci were romantically involved, and both Salai and Melzi served as Leonardo's muses throughout his life. All lived together for a long time and travelled with Da Vinci from Milan to France and elsewhere. However, despite scholars like Sigmund Freud speculating about his sexuality, there are no blatant confirmations in Leonardo's journals, sketches, or works that can truly confirm this. It was during this second period spent in Milan that Da Vinci frequently travelled around the countryside, observing nature and fueling his interest in geology. As explored in his notebooks dated from autumn of 1508, Da Vinci began some of his first notes on geology and botany, as he attempted to understand how fossils and shells could be found so far from the shore. Ultimately, he argued that the land must have at one time been underwater, rather than positing that floodwaters had brought the evidence so far inland, as was generally believed at the time. As late as 1510, Da Vinci created the unfinished Virgin and Child at St. Anne, now in the Louvre. Parts of this painting are uncompleted, such as the coverings of the Virgin's legs, while other parts of the painting were, to scholars, quite clearly completed by one of Da Vinci's apprentices or students, and not the artist himself. On the 10th of March 1511, Charles d'Amboise died, and Generals Gian Giacomo Trivulzio and Gaston de Foix took control of Milan. And around this time, Da Vinci was commissioned by General Trivulzio to sculpt an equestrian statue to be placed in a tomb that Trivulzio had donated to the San Lazzaro Maggiore church, a commission which was ultimately revoked. Scholars point out two difficulties Da Vinci faced when sketching the designs for Trivulzio's statue: how to fill the space beneath the horse's belly, and how to position the rider. While attempting to solve these issues, Da Vinci may have studied a classical statue of a horse and rider known as the Regisole, which was a pre-1st century bronze statue depicting an emperor or king riding a horse, believed to be King Theodoric of the Ostrogoths, who reigned during the 5th century AD. The statue, though originating in Ravenna, was moved to Pavia, now Italy, within the century of its creation. It was perhaps moved by Emperor Charlemagne. Though the date of its creation remains unclear, the Regisole was undoubtedly an inspiration to artists during the Renaissance, and was also undeniably destroyed on the 16th of May 1796 by Jacobins, who were celebrating the arrival of Napoleon's army and saw the statue as a symbol of tyranny. However, portions of the statue, such as its base, did survive until 1811. In 1937, the director of the Brera Academy, Francesco Messina, to celebrate the bi-millennial anniversary of Emperor Augustus's life, commissioned a replica of the destroyed Regisole, which was placed in the same spot in front of the Piccolo Regisole in Pavia. Though he had been studying human anatomy since the 1480s, during what is known as his second Milanese period, Da Vinci devoted much time to this subject, evidence of which remains visible to us through his notebooks and detailed anatomical sketches. From a notebook dated around 1512, it is clear that Da Vinci drew one of the first drawings of a child in a womb. Around 1510, Da Vinci met and collaborated with Marc Antonio della Torre, a great anatomist. Torre was born in Verona in 1481, the son of a medical professor who trained in medicine and philosophy himself, and went on to teach at the University of Padua, and then later at the University of Pavia, though not much of his work remains today, due to his premature death at the age of 30 from either cholera or the plague. Though many scholars attribute the excellence and accuracy of Leonardo's anatomical drawings to his collaboration with Torre, others point out that Da Vinci had been working on and thinking about anatomy for as long as Marc Antonio della Torre had been alive, and, based on his notebooks, it is believed that Da Vinci dissected more than 30 human corpses, studies that peaked in the early 1500s and resulted in around 200 total drawings of the human body. However, while other artists during the Renaissance dissected bodies to create studies for paintings, Da Vinci was motivated by curiosity about the anatomy itself, rather than to create a specific painting. The process would have been unpleasant, since religious doctrine determined that dissections had to be conducted at night, and it was an activity which was likely to arouse suspicion. Meanwhile, in 1512, the Sforzas attempted to return to power in Milan when Ludovico Sforza's son Massimiliano, born in 1483, returned backed by Switzerland. Despite this effort, the combined forces of France and Venice pushed the Sforza again, with Massimiliano settling in Paris. A decade later, by Sforza, Ludovico's other son Francesco once again held the title of Duchy of Milan after being appointed by Charles V, though he was indeed the final Sforza to hold the title during this period. Amidst these continuing power struggles between the Milanese and the French, Leonardo went to live with 20-year-old Francesco Melzi, who remained a close companion and potential lover for the rest of Leonardo's life. Upon Leonardo's death, Melzi maintained control over many of his journals and his art. On the 24th of September 1513, Leonardo left Milan with Melzi and Salai, journeying to Rome, where he was in the Belvedere and installed Pope Leo X's favor, including Renaissance artist Raphael and Michelangelo. During his residency in Rome from 1513 to 1516, the Pope approached Leonardo for assistance in crafting a plan for draining the Pontine marshes, which was a malaria breeding ground and borderline uninhabitable. These were eventually drained and reclaimed for agricultural uses, while Da Vinci's designs and plans, though not utilized for this purpose, can be viewed in the Royal Collection at Windsor Castle. Rome itself was still reeling from the Great Schism, which was concluded in 1417, a process which had seen two rival popes fight for power, between the papal seat in Rome and a challenger in Avignon in France. This reactionary period was manifested in Rome with a drive to center power and authority in the Vatican, which led to a period known as the High Renaissance. Leonardo, Melzi and Salai sailed to France. Same year, the King Francis I of France invaded and captured Milan, again forcing the Sforzas from power. Although unable to find work and patrons in Italy, Da Vinci settled in France and became the official victor of the King Francois I of France. Francois, or Francis I, became King of France on the 1st of January 1515, after the death of Louis XII. Francis had wed Louis XII's daughter Claude shortly before the king's death. Historians write that Francis invited Leonardo to his court purely to converse with him, which by all accounts they did every day. While in France, Da Vinci and Melzi lived in the small village of Clou, at a manor provided to them by King Francis, and it was here that Da Vinci created his famous self-portrait drawn in red chalk, now held in the Royal Library of Turin in Italy. The drawings are estimated to be from 1512, depicting Leonardo around the age of 60. Some posit that Da Vinci experienced paralysis leading up to the Codex Atlantico, which was written by Leonardo while living in Clou, a large collection on journal of Leonardo's thoughts and sketches made up of 1,119 sheets dated from 1478 to 1519. While examining the Codex, shade into history as Robert Oppenheimer was born on the 22nd of April 1904 as Julius Robert Oppenheimer in New York City. He quickly became known primarily by today as Robert Oppenheimer's family in New York City. His father Julius had been born in the Hesse-Nassau province in the territory of the Kingdom of Prussia, in what had just become the United German Empire, months prior to his birth in May 1871. At a time of growing anti-Semitism across Western and Central Europe, Julius Oppenheimer left Germany in 1888 at 17 years of age, bound for the United States. Though virtually penniless, he prospered in America. Robert was born in 1904, become a wealthy executive at one of Manhattan's leading textile manufacturers. Robert's mother was Ellen Friedman, a woman of Jewish heritage as well, who had been born in New York in 1870 to a family of German Jews who had headed for America a generation before Julius Oppenheimer. She was a painter, from whom Robert inherited some of his aesthetic views on the structure of existence and the universe. Ella and Julius would have one other child, a boy named Frank, who was born 8 years after Robert, and who would follow in the steps of his older brother by becoming a physicist. Robert's youth was a privileged one. By the mid-1900s, his father had become a substantial figure within New York business circles, and in the early 1910s, they moved into a large apartment on West 88th Street in Manhattan, overlooking the Central Park Reservoir, in one of the most affluent areas of New York City at the time. There, the family had original works by Vincent van Gogh and Pablo Picasso, among others, on the walls. Robert attended the Ethical Culture School, followed by the Alcuin Preparatory School, two of New York's best educational establishments in the early 20th century. By the time he was 5, he was already interested in mineralogy, a hobby inherited from his German grandfather. Such was his aptitude that at 11 years of age, he was admitted to the Mineralogical Club of New York City. His precociousness extended into his secondary school years, and he finished his education at Alcuin in a year and a half less than the standard time, having taken 2 grade years in 12 months and being fast-tracked through to 8th grade. By this time, his interests had developed. At Harvard University at the age of 18. Robert initially intended to focus on studying chemistry, but soon switched to physics. Yet his earlier interest in chemistry and his eclectic inquisitiveness left it in the office of his tutor, Patrick Blackett, with whom he had had a difficult relationship, before heading off to France on holiday. Evidently, this action and perhaps others besides saw him briefly threatened. A close friend of his, felt like one, and is known to have suffered frequent trauma, and the California Institute, punctuated by the University of Leiden in the Netherlands, and at Zurich, Turkish Dutch rendering. It was not until 1929 that Oppenheimer settled back in America permanently, having been presented with numerous job offers from U.S. universities. He accepted two, and became an associate professor in physics at both the University of California at Berkeley and the California Institute of Technology, or Caltech. For the next 13 years, between 1929 and 1942, he would hold positions at both institutions, teaching during the fall and winter semesters at Berkeley, before spending the spring term lecturing at Caltech in Pasadena. During the 1930s, Oppenheimer became famous within the physics community in the United States for his teaching methods, and the finest physicists of the mid-20th century in America trained under him. Berkeley and Caltech, at the School of Theoretical some of the most relevant questions in the field of theoretical physics at the time. During busier times in term, they would often meet daily, with Oppenheimer quizzing them on their progress and offering suggestions thereon. Mostly, as several biographers who knew him during these days later recounted, he inspired those he taught, conveying to them the idea that they were at the forefront of answering some of the most important questions facing humanity at the time. And when not discussing physics, Oppenheimer and his colleagues were often seen to be reading Plato in the original Greek or learning Sanskrit. Hans Bethe, who knew Oppenheimer during these days, later recalled that Robert was largely aloof from the wider world in the late 1920s and 1930s in California, only learning of the Wall Street crash of late 1929, months after it had happened. There were impressive scientific breakthroughs made by Oppenheimer and his students at Berkeley and Caltech during the 1930s. In 1930, for instance, Oppenheimer wrote a paper witness of the positron, or anti-electron, as an antiparticle of the electron, although its existence was not fully proven until 1932 by Carl David Anderson, a student who worked for Oppenheimer at Caltech. Following on from this, Oppenheimer worked closely with Wendell Phillips to work out the modern form of the electron-positron theory and how the two interacted with each other. Perhaps his most important work, though, was a giant effort with Albert Phillips, one of Oppenheimer's first doctoral students at a time when female physicists were all too rare in the United States. Together, they proposed the Oppenheimer-Phillips process in 1935, the type of deuteron-induced nuclear reaction in which the neutron half of the deuteron fuses with the target nucleus, ejecting a proton in the process. This proves that some elements can become radioactive if bombarded by deuterons, and that a nuclear interaction can occur at lower energies than had previously been The fact that this government is already promoting genocide by Oppenheimer and his decided to recognize genocide made California by using Oppenheimer's personal Mexico in the years that followed, eventually buying a ranch in New Mexico. In the mid-1930s, he began a relationship with Jean Tatlock, a psychiatry student who was the daughter of John Strong Tatlock, an eminent Old English scholar. Expert on the 10 years with Junior. Jean was a already when they married, and a daughter in 1944. Was life like which already included Korea and Manchuria and much of eastern China by the early 1940s. On Pearl Harbor, on the 7th of December 1941, called war with Germany, Italy, and the other Axis states, as the entire of the northern the center of America's Others favored the theory of using heavy water to produce enough, alerting the US government by these Nazi experiments. 1940, the end of World War I, seeing its own specifically in charge of the Manhattan Project, the research and development program initiated by the US government in 1942, with the ultimate aim of developing a nuclear bomb. The name comes simply from the fact that the team of individuals who were in charge of the wider project had their first headquarters where they met in 1942 on the island of Manhattan. 30,000 people across the country. They were developing with producing any fuel. Characters were working the most of the Manhattan Project as director of the Los Alamos Laboratory in New Mexico. He was very nearly not picked for this position. The individual who oversaw the Manhattan Project, Major General Leslie Groves. Groves' distinction being in charge of both the Manhattan Project, which created the first nuclear weapon, and also overseeing the construction of the Pentagon as the headquarters of the U.S. military and Department of Defense. Oppenheimer was suggested to Groves in 1942 as a possible candidate to lead a team of theoretical physicists and scientists as part of the Manhattan Project. But Groves was initially skeptical, favoring the idea of appointing someone who had been awarded a Nobel Prize in physics and would consequently have enough academic gravitas to lead a team of some of the most eminent minds of the day. He was eventually persuaded that Oppenheimer had a track record of getting the best out of people he worked with. He contacted Oppenheimer, and after interviewing him, came to the conclusion that he was well suited for the post. In the weeks that followed the early winter of 1902, with the establishment of a research center, somewhere remote and away from any urban centers, where secrecy would be ensured and a nuclear weapon would be tested in due course. He eventually settled on Los Alamos in New Mexico, where a research facility was erected on the site of an old school. This was subcontracted to the University of California through the War Department, so that Oppenheimer had some degree of autonomy in hiring and firing as director of the Los Alamos Laboratory. Although there would be more hiring than firing, that is, there were well over 5,000 people employed at Los Alamos than initially anticipated. The team that Oppenheimer assembled at Los Alamos included some of the finest scientists of the first half of the 20th century. One was John Hasbrouck Van Vleck, a physicist and mathematician who had been at Harvard when Oppenheimer arrived there in 1922. He was subsequently awarded a Nobel Prize in 1977 for his work on electronic magnetism. Van Vleck made significant contributions to the gun design, which would be used over Hiroshima. A colleague of Oppenheimer from Berkeley, Robert Serber, acted as an organizing physicist at Los Alamos, and would eventually name the bombs used in the first test explosion, as well as against Japan, as Thin Man, Little Boy, and Fat Man, after characters from detective movies and novels, such as The Maltese Falcon. Hans Bethe was a German-born theoretical physicist who would later be awarded a Nobel Prize in 1967. He was central to calculating the critical mass of the bombs designed at Los Alamos. Finally, Edward Teller was a Hungarian-born Jew who was recruited to the Los Alamos Laboratory. He had studied in Germany around the same time as Oppenheimer in the late 1920s, but had subsequently immigrated to the United States. Teller had already worked at Fermi's Reactor Center in Chicago before being sent to New Mexico. Teller was arguably Oppenheimer's closest colleague at Los Alamos. Beyond these were hundreds of other engineers metallurgists, chemists, and military experts involved in the research teams at Los Alamos, working on a wide range of details about how the atomic weapon could be constructed. This team of physicists' chain reaction could be produced. But what must be remembered in an age when we know what a nuclear explosion looks like and the destruction that it results in is that Oppenheimer and his colleagues at Los Alamos were not just trying to build a nuclear weapon, but also to predict what would happen.
He codenamed the test Trinity, as he had been reading the religious poetry of the 17th century English and seemed to regret the fact that the weapon had been used against the Nazis in Germany. However, this mood quickly gave way to disillusionment 3 days later when the US dropped a second bomb of the Fat Man type on the city of Nagasaki in Japan. Surely Oppenheimer and his colleagues concluded this was not acceptable. After all, the Japanese had not been given enough time to process the implications of the first bomb and decide to surrender, which they did 6 days. Bombs of Hiroshima and Nagasaki remain the only two world nuclear weapons have been utilized in warfare. They are, according mostly controversial. Today, most analysts take the same view as Oppenheimer and his existential threat to humanity's survival times. But on the other hand, the nuclear deterrent states have been endlessly. That all changed once it became apparent that direct conflict could result in of nuclear weapons. Found where politics are becoming more antagonistic and destabilized during the 21st century. With the end of the war, Oppenheimer's reputation within American circles. There were accordingly new opportunities open to him, and he decided to leave and head to the East Coast to take a position as director of the Institute in 1947, an esteemed center for the study of former charter members of auditing fellows. Under Oppenheimer's leadership, it became a synthesis, and when he left Berkeley, a half a dozen of his more promising graduate students left also to study at Princeton. He knew the method in California in the 1930s. Energetic discussion and research, often at the expense of Oppenheimer choosing to write and publish very little, noted American Prize for his role in discovering the spontaneous Prize in 1969 for his work on elementary particles. As Oppenheimer continued to hold a number of government positions, was his membership of the newly established Atomic Energy Commission, which had been founded in 1947. As a commission headed by the United Nations, itself endorsed a world peace in the middle of the war, the energy was charged with regulating the proliferation of nuclear materials and the development of nuclear weaponry. While the United States was for several years the only nation, states began building their own bombs or trying to develop Oppenheimer and several of his former efforts in 1946 and 1947 to establish restrictions on nuclear proliferation, which are still enforced today. As the first nuclear bomb, a far more powerful nuclear weapon than the atomic bomb used against Japan in 1945. Oppenheimer and a great many other scientists who contributed to the work at the Los Alamos Laboratory between 1942 and 1945 immense damage and potentially triggering a nuclear war, with the extreme danger to mankind inherent in the proposal to develop the nuclear weapon. Wholly outweighs any military. Nevertheless, the first day of 10 is 450 times more powerful than the atomic bomb which the US dropped in 1945. Despite the reservations expressed by Oppenheimer and many others, the Cold War was heading into the era of mutually assured legitimacy. America came around with what were initially legitimate concerns about communist 1940s and was at its most intense as Senator Joseph McCarthy undertook extensive work. Oppenheimer was guesting for his organization Youth Affairs and Socialist Party organizations were tied across Europe. himself. Not much more came of the interrogation at this juncture. 53. The accusations against Oppenheimer were resurrected and instantly. As it turns out, that Oppenheimer was a Soviet asset operating with the Oppenheimer's security clearance. The US government was revoked, and he was testified that he had found Oppenheimer's behavior questionable at times during his time. Often less with many cancelling lecturing for averting hostile nuclear proliferation. Instead, spent an increased States, relocating to the Virgin Islands on the island of St. John, Oppenheimer Beach. From 1957 by over 600 colleagues from within academia, Caribbean, and her reputation as contrast. Edward Teller, who testified Oppenheimer at 54, was burned by many within the American scientific community. Decades to come. In 1967, Oppenheimer was positive display of academic paper, the award by breakthrough in any one specific area, which would have warranted the Nobel Prize. The Nobels are not awarded for a lifetime's work, but generally punishment. Einstein, for one year's merit for his work on the photoelectric effect. Hence, Oppenheimer was deemed not to the Nobel Prize for his individual contributions to science, though some have some other side the ideal individual theoretical work between Alexander and which they understand dynamics from 1907 was clearly troubled by what he and his colleagues had unleashed mystical turns, the scientists of modern times. What do you think of Robert Oppenheimer? Was he the most significant individual in awarded the Nobel Prize? Let us know
Orthodox seminary in Plasky to train as a priest after being castigated in training for maintaining shyness to being a dedicated life. Djukanovic possessed a keen intellect and a strong debate of her household appliances, which she often modified to make more efficient. She was an inventor of the first order, according to Tesla, influenced in 1892. Muting was a gifted student parish of Senyu into a house in 1848. A firstborn daughter, Angelina, in 1850. And finally, another daughter, Milka, in 1852. However, due to the sheep and other livestock, which his father kept, is often joined by his black cat, Machak, who first introduced him to the phenomenon that would define his work after he got a loud spark of stroking him, an event which was explained by his father as a secretion of electricity. In another formative experience again involving Machak, Tesla noted one day how a halo of light suddenly surrounded his dear cat, illuminating briefly the candlelit room he was inspired by as a child experimenting, and encouraged by his mother's inventive streak, drew up plans for flying machines. He disassembled clocks to see how they were so he could work. Viviani cast a long shadow, always underappreciated the talents of his youngest son. As tragedy slap punishments, Tesla developed a series of peculiar folk child, such as a repulsion for women, comfort, as well as a number of other strange habits, including an obsession with counting steps and measuring index. A young impulse has a value seen in his was a masterful example of restraint, which showed Tesla that it was indeed possible for him to control his wild emotions. Tesla realized that a good Tesla hoped that untamed imagination that would lie in his profession. He began writing about the nature of all of his mental images that he either saw in an early echo of the mechanistic view of the world he would later espouse. It was also an idea that the grammar school intended in gospel, where he would have demonstrated a natural ability by numbers. Grown-up Tesla would later go on to disprove that he graduated from the His father's wish for Tesla to continue the family profession was to learn everything he could about ignited by an inspiration, a passionate physics teacher who taught him about the radiology. The power of a vacuum bulb with experiments with batteries, induction coils, and bedridden several close to death. And Tesla's engineering in recovering pain of losing a son would go to the best technical institution in the world. and University of Andover run classes. And so, for the entire time, tests to attend lectures and receive no formal grades. In 1881, Nikola Tesla landed his first job for a telecommunications firm in Budapest called the American Telephone Company, Theodore Puskas, at the Edison Laboratories in Menlo Park, making himself a valuable study zoning in the park with details again. In 1882, Tesla had a sudden stroke of genius and solved the rotating magnetic field problem, going on to explain to work continental expansion. Work for Edison since as such is that he was simply ahead of his time to make mentor Charles Batchelor, who stated, quote, Armed with the notion of DC being a lifelong rivalry, was to develop an invention. Tesla became disillusioned and began at DC and championed the advantages of Edison's, which only dimly lit lamps, proposing instead that generators should be engineered with what termed the polyphase principle, whereby energy would be cycled current installed intervals, since it was effective, since it could fly power and minimize power loss over long distances. The AC former substations. These reduce the AC voltage over a given distance. Once the AC power the AC is used correctly. For other smaller appliances, it is possible to convert the flow in one direction, lowering the appliance spread of electrical effect. The equator endeavors increasingly fearful that AC was too risky. Ejected Tesla from its own company that same year for him to eke out a living for the of and even as much as $2 a day to Dix. In 1886, the philanthropist Superintendent Charles F. Tesla is another company, this time called New York, where he finalized of the polyphase induction motor is in time of alternating current motors and transformers. George Manufacturing Company was particularly impressed, and his curiosity where he was shown an early polyphase prototype, convinced that Tesla Westinghouse purchased all (1888 to 8). During the dispute, Edison would try to use his resources to sway public opinion in his favor. Despite the evidence was safe and more effective over long distances, he issued a number of articles in his publications warning of the dangers of the alternating current. Edison was able to convince his large benefactor of the superiority of DC and Edison General Electric. Houston Company removed Edison's name to create General 1800 as Tesla became a U.S. citizen in July 1891, At the same time, he established two personal laboratories situated at South Street. X would come to an left in disarray. Credit losses, high frequency, and at a lecture in Mir Konok on behalf of the Institute of Electrical Engineers. The electricity researcher of his day, and in follow-up experiments, 1893 lecture at Rise by Century Magazine, illustrating the concept of telegraphy without wires. He first underlined the importance of enormous volumes of electricity from AC equipment, Tesla first approached his old mind to become involved, but loaned him the necessary machinery. While the majority of the project's funding came from Morgan. Signed a deal with Tesla after negotiations to Nikola Tesla constructed the 187 high transmission tower at Wardenclyffe Laboratory, topped with a 68-foot copper dome, which was the first broadcasting system ever built, granting magnifying transmitter capacity to any destination. Assured that by setting up receivers at ground, he could pick up the electromagnetic, was desperate to overshadow one, hailed as the infant wild world's press, after appointed Tesla making it essentially clear in newspaper interviews that he believed Marconi had learned many of his ideas from the 1890s, announced that he was going to create a world telegraph to the World Wide Web of the 1990s, in which individual receivers would pick up news broadcasts. Tesla pictured several different types of receiver. Tesla found it hard shares to the moneyed New York elite who believed the investment was too risky. The appraisal not shared by $23 of his personal property and borrowed, faced with all the equipment, Tesla to court for not paying property tax, as well as another bill from the phone that installed a special line to end the coverage of his system so that it could be detected as Australia failed to persuade Morgan, who in July 1903 Tesla know that into the new sky. From a risk perspective, Morgan's decision was quite understandable, since after 2.5 years, Tesla had failed to fulfill a transatlantic system in 6 to 8 months, and a Pacific branch a year later. Yet others have postulated that Morgan abandoned Wardenclyffe because he was worried that Tesla was going to make the energy completely free for everyone, and thus deprive his firm of a lucrative paycheck. While another interpretation contests that Morgan was growing increasingly less confident in the wireless industry, which had been mired in scandal by the actions of Lancelot E. Pike. He was a con man who had stolen their money after promising to wireless service between Philadelphia and New York. Moreover, Morgan to invest in DeForest Wireless Automobiles, a company founded by another of Tesla's rivals that was projected to make $5 billion a year. Which had already secured a major contract with the U.S. Navy. Through Tesla, the darling of electrical engineering, continued to have no luck as the breakdown of his Wardenclyffe project had turned academic and public opinion against him. Once now painted as a man who could never quite fulfill his promises to sell small Tesla coils to laboratories around the country via a company called the Tesla Electric, and while Nick Astor still annoyed that Tesla had spent his $18.99 loan researching terrestrial station waves instead of wireless lighting. The light while in others, Tesla desperately scribbled in, able to drum up financial backing and still struggling to get the Wardenclyffe Tower functioning. Nervous breakdown after the untimely death of his business associate. Of Canadian Niagara 1905's or 1820s maps with a well-publicized book on fraud, explaining how, in his he was haunted by images of his deceased brother flight to raise money so that he could continue his work at Wardenclyffe, which in 1904 mortgaged to owner of the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, where Tesla lived many years. The result was the invention of a turbine without blades. But But Tesla's contraption was less than enthusiastic to invest in the idea in 1909. The son of J.P. Morgan, Jack Morgan, 1913, about becoming a potential investor or in a German industrialist to finance his project, which was over the next 10 years, as his personal wealth began to evaporate. Tesla continued to assess his turbine and to work in conjunction with manufacturers such as income was no more than $350 to $400. After declaring he was unable to pay $935 in tax in New York Treasury, although he was still technically the president and treasurer of the Nikolai Friends Senators, as patents to perpetual ruin in August 1915, accusing the Italian of illegally patenting radio technology in 1904. The case went nowhere, and Marconi remained the official owner. Consequently, Tesla was forced to earn a living by studied at certain gravitas. Tesla's opinions and thoughts still garnered much press interest, such as in 1917, when presaging the advent of radar technology and radiation. Of radio communication technology, after they had awarded him the same accolade in 1909. In 1917, however, when the American Institute of Electrical Engineers, the most prestigious prize in electronic engineering, receives optimism, the industry would cease to turn. Cars and trains would stop. Our towns would be dark, and our mills would be idle. His name marks an epoch engineer short a year-and-a-half frantic search that ended in Bryant Park, across from the venue in electricity, Nikola Tesla remained poor throughout the 1920s, and because he made only a small income from the royalties he received from licensing for inventions, he became in string disputes, such as in June 1925. In 1931, Tesla was suddenly back in the spotlight, appearing on the front cover of Time magazine. And thanks to the efforts of a young science writer called Kenneth Swayze, and confidently disclosed. He was unconvinced that in a split atom, as well as espousing the possibility of interplanetary communications in a conversation he enjoyed so much on his birth-hour affair, where Tesla would speak to a number of reporters and update Tesla progress. For example, in 1932, he informed the general public about his desire to build a motor-propelled race and wiggled his toes hundreds of times before he went 35 years old. The 1934 party revealed he was in the process of creating a particle weapon, claiming in the New York Times that it could send free air of such tremendous from the 10,000 enemy airplanes. The death beam was a real project and was the subject for entitled the Massive Energy Metal System that discharged tungsten and mercury particles at 48 times the speed of sound to produce devastating projectiles. Despite Tesla's invention being impossible, it elicited motivating Tesla to recruit Hungarian architect Titus de Bobula to design a new tank to evaluate the death beam. If the project would never get 1935, Tesla was no longer working with de Bobula, who had proven himself a slippery character after attempting to borrow money from Tesla and trying to get him involved in an arms deal in Paraguay. Nevertheless, ever offering those to the managers of the Governor Clinton Hotel as complimentary $100 that he owed the box he gave them supposedly containing weapon resulting in Terra depositing it at the back end of the hotel. The laser beam also came to the attention of the international community in 1938 after the British concluded negotiations with Tesla. While the final nail in the coffin would occur in 1940 after he was left empty-handed. To boil straws and warm milk, and making sure to keep from isolated himself from the world. He deteriorated. Nikola Tesla died of a heart attack in his sleep on the 7th of January 1943 at his executive suite in Rome. Hotel New Yorker, where he'd been living for the previous 10 years. Inundated with letters of condolence, Henry I Tesla's funeral in New Dover by afterwards Dover. His ashes were placed inside a golden sphere, which is still exhibited at Tesla Museum in Belgrade. In 1957, by the mystery surrounding the laser beam gun persisted, as the US government consistently they had in their possession. One of Tesla's microfilms, which according to officials, sometime after the truth of his claim, however, remains unproven. Born to Serbian parents on the Austro-Hungarian borderlands, Nikola spent his early perplexing illnesses for images which made the products of piece of imagination. As well as fixation with from his head. During the 1890s, Tesla was at the apex of his power.
commercial result is spending all of his investment more, a habit that would irreparably damage his reputation. In his later years and transform him into his last effort to interest the US government failed, but the death ray would still persist, following a period of mental and physical deterioration in 1942. Nikola Tesla died at his room at the Hotel New York. Center of Technological and Development, and formed part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. A backwards power which did not contribute greatly to wider societal development at the time. And yet, breakthroughs during his lifetime, systems entirely in this respect, he stands in a small line of individuals in modern history, which includes Galileo Galilei, Isaac Newton, Albert Einstein, and he was overshadowed by the innovations introduced into Western society by Thomas Edison, a similar genius whose designs around electricity were more suitable for the level of technological development which prevailed in Europe and North America. In the second half of the 19th century, a contest of leading figure in electrification in North America at the end of the 19th century. When you boil a kettle, or use many other electrical appliances using a native current device rather than the direct current which Edison championed. As such, he was a prophet of 20th and even 21st far-reaching real-world applications to new discoveries and natural phenomena. He possessed a vision that would be next to useless, reliable, and safe as a power delivery over long distances. Indeed, there are few people whose work has on modern-day society and work. He even tried to work out a way in which could be delivered freely to kids today so high, but also why he never managed to monetize his work in the same manner as people like Edison. Perhaps what
Nikola Tesla, Einstein, and the scientists who, with no formal education, in their respective fields, the image of the accepted pocket deserved in his time. He had important inventors to have ever what do you think of Nikola Tesla? Do you believe he was a more brilliant scientist than I? History as Charles Darwin was trained as a West England. His father was a physician who was really hard for his towering stature and imposing frame. 6 feet in height and 84 stone, Darwin later recalled his and noting the conversations that he made, which would undoubtedly when Charles was aged 8, except that it was Erasmus Darwin, a noted scientist evolution, plants, flies, and noting
And he goes, do you know your wife? What's his wife's name? No longer his wife. Katie Holmes. She was there, and he goes like this. Send me at least one race fixing YouTube video once a month. Whenever that metal denier doesn't matter. Hey, check out the boss. Smart ass guy in the office that has all these scenes with Tom Cruise. Man, it's gonna be calibrating anything you're to change. Because if they don't like it, his brand, yeah, but that's that's why you're top folks. And but you can't let it discourage you. No. Are all of Ryan Cameron's podcast appearances just going off?
Darwin later recalled that his father was the largest relations that he would have with his father. That his son would follow into the medical profession. Charles Darwin's mother was Susanna. The fact that human males had nipples and flesh used for wings. He also powered by hydrogen and oxygen, barges, and a copying machine, and offered from George to become his royal physician, and instead directed his attention to the writing of poetry. The Darwin later recalled that his father was the lord into the medical profession. Charles Darwin's mother was Susanna Darwin, a Wedgwood. Suddenly, when Charles was aged 8, of either a severe ulcer or stomach cancer, hardly anything about the table. Charles' grandfather on his father's side was Erasmus Darwist. In his poem, The Loves of the Plant in 1718, organ plants, flies, and humans, noting, for instance, the fact that human men have wings, or powered by hydrogen and oxygen. A canal bridge which would lift barges and a cock practice until long after his death. Irad to become his royal physician, and instead to the writing of poetry and the management of a new club, society between industrialists scientists and poets, to name a few. The reason include as well as having been educated for a time Carol a student of the Reverend G. Case, a Unitarian minister, who noted that Charles had a passion for collecting various ephemera from the natural world, including seashells, minerals, and stones. When aged 9, Charles at Dr. Butler's School in Shrewsbury. Where he boarded, despite only living a mile away. Charles's interests and from his brothers in shift their garden shed, and he started on family trail with the Welsh coast, in which Charles noted that the insects and flowers to be found there were not always the same as in his home county. He was sometimes frustrated by the social standing of the gentleman, was encouraged by Charles's father on the basis that this would lead to his discovery of Bell's palsy, as well as the function of Hugh and Lind, who discovered cures for scurvy and typhus, model for the first clinical treatment. Charles entered the university with some misgivings about his own enthusiasm for the course, helped, later recalling, and lack of hands-on experience which his teachers and his classmates. University had none that would later to come to rely upon. He presented his first academic paper while studying there and had met an academic grant. After 2 years at Edinburgh, Charles had decided to wish to study medicine. Steps of his brother, who had already quit his medical course at Edinburgh, and his father decided instead that he should enter the clergy. And his life became Henslow was the man who would arrange Charles's journey on the Beagle, and often met with him for walks and discussions about science and art. Darwin also befriended and was given skills for action. In August 1831, Henslow wrote to Darwin and informed him of an expedition of Eagle Brig sloop probably that Captain Fitzroy had written to Henslow and had stated that he would welcome a naturalist on his voyage, given to take the journey without pay. The HMS Beagle departed from Charles with such as French and the Greek New Testament under personal narrative, which the scientist and explorer let us hope that he had a difficult relationship with the captain, Fitzroy, and many other members of the crew, the aristocracy, and an illegitimate descendant. Darwin argued with Mortimer had been so fierce that he had pondered leaving the Beagle altogether. Darwin shared his lodgings aboard the Beagle with Augustus Earl, a draftsman, and became several other members of the crew. Simply that the Bay of Biscay was the first winter developed collecting plankton, which he studied and was an array of colours and forms which the St. Jago and the Cape Verde Islands off the coast of Morgan Bay. On the island, he was entranced by the volcanic rocks, outlined a theory that hard white rocks, which littered the islands, were formerly molten lava flows, which had flown over the seabed and contained imprints from February. The crew of the Beagle alighted on the shores of Bahia, now the city of Salvador. He wrote that this land is a chaos of delight, and his time in Brazil was to have a great impact on him and he wrote of the beauty of nature in Brazil and argued that this was nature in its grandest form. He also stated that to a naturalist there was a pleasant nuisance in having the yards. They also encountered much slavery in Brazil, which was the last country in the Western world to abolish the practice, which it eventually did in 1888. He was deeply disturbed by what he saw and wrote that I hope that the day will avenge their wrongs. He soon embarked on a 3-week ride into the countryside from his base, during which he travelled a distance of several hundred miles. On this 1832, the Beagle left Rio and travelled south from Montevideo. Now, the capital of which meant that the Beagle was unable to come and pick him up from the island, which he had stopped in order that he never knew such cold or extincting fossil giant armadillo and the giant sloth, a bizarre assortment of items such as cabbages, celery, and glasses. This was an incident, however, which Darwin expressed his opinion, in which he reported to have felt the extremes of human comfort, writing that he often suffered from a great thirst. Endless riding had him to feel incredibly tired. He was also plagued by mosquitoes, and the jaguars which inhabited the surrounding forest had caused great thinning from addition back to Buenos Aires, on account of another road outside the city proper for a grid of time. He was to reach the Beagle After experience fever, swollen lymph nodes, and headache, is confusion, Darwin made one of his most important geological expeditions and ascended, also advanced on one of his longest expeditions, traveling some 450 miles to the north, during which he collected well over 100 geological specimens, which he labeled and recorded from home for over 3.5 years. And his letters, despite showing his about his work, reflect our desire to return to England. On the 7th of September, he noted eagerly that the flora and fauna of the islands closely reflect his observation of tortoises and suggesting they were adaptations to specific writing this. When we see these islands in sight of each tiny varieties, the people remained in the Galapagos archipelago for a further 4 weeks and sailed south over the Drive in New Zealand. Wildlife missionaries in the Reedy, one of its first published reports from the voyage, was included in missionaries thoroughly deserved the warmest support, not only of individuals, but of the British government. Such was his interest in organizations. Darwin co-signed this statement. The Beagle's captain, Fitzroy, on the land air of her, he noted in his diary that he was pleased to have a level of immunity to European disease in Australia. Darwin also noted the similarities between different species of mammal and noted their development had occurred in those thanks to God, a direct of the majesty of the untouched natural world which he had been able to encounter through his journey, and the power of nature which he had been able to discover undefaced. This he referred to as an almost religious experience, writing that there is his body that he seen in Shrewsbury. He found Mark, his father, impressed with his discovery, accepted his choice of career once he and then to London to arrange and aim for short zoology of the voyage of the Eagle, in which he wrote extensively about many, as well as his discoveries and ideas. Humboldt, his hero, was impressed with Darwin's work. Such as Charles Lyell and Sir Joseph Hooker. Lyell was a prominent scientist and proponent of the theory of utilitarianism. The idea that present-day natural laws and adaptation. He theorized that this would be the case on a grand scale, but the change appearance was on a new text, which the transformation of seas, and only just over a year later, he had the theory of natural selection. Darwin, in his notebooks, he began from an observation that sexual reproduction leads to greater reproduction of species and differences from one another. And their parents, which could be referred to as did not a parental advantage become ubiquitous among suited to a certain environment. Characteristics with one another had in fact to that in South America, parent of all armadillos might be in nature had been well covered in previous works. The Archdeacon, pre-existence of God, the watch, had his present among animals and plants, which he had presented. Darwin was pumped by the potency of singly designed adaptations amongst species which had evidently undergone random variation. This evidently frustrated him, and he that how selection could be up to organisms remained for some time a mystery. It was whilst reading Thomas Rock on Popular of October 1837 documented nature, Darwin also held the matters on his mind. And female chit-chat. He eventually erred on the side of marriage, Anna Woods, and on 11th of November 1838, the two were engaged to be married. Darwin and Emma departed on our Royal Society on the 12th of January, 5 days before his wedding. The couple remained in London, although Emma moved to a country home named Down House in the Kentish village of Down. Hooker and T.H. Hunt, biologist, wrote lovingly on isolation of the place, and which afforded him to conduct experiments, read, and spend time with his family and club. On the 27th of 1839, William I died record of his and his activities, including the ways in which he developed and adapted. Darwin was, by all accounts, a loving and devoted father who dedicated time in playing with his children. He was when his father died, he was too ill to attend the funeral procession, and the dinner held after a scientific presentation robbed him of strength for a number of days. Darwin also suffered from a great deal work, incredible barrage of evidence for it. He intended, unlike one of the major motives for Darwin's eventual decision to go public with things Alfred Russel Wallace, in which Wallace posited Huxley the theory did not wish to rob Wallace of what would like Wallace's in a joint paper. It was this product that was presented and later published in the Society Journal. After this presentation, long time to formally present his findings. He was amassed by his work with barnacles, which led him to investigate their reproductive and which showed him the significant variance in the phenotypes which developed. One of the major forces that is Darwin to produce, if the influence of his work be remembered, such once it had been produced and published, The Origin of Species, subsequent editions which were drafted and produced were in great demand. The book itself basis of the theory of evolution, alongside wealth of evidence which covered all major areas of known biology, data several organisms, and investigated how organs had become specialized to their roles, how some species have become extinct. One of the reasons for the success of the work was the review it received praised the work and exclaimed how extremely stupid on a scientific basis. Adam Sedgwick argued that he had abandoned the accepted scientific method as it had been formed under Francis Bacon. Another dangerous fortune Owen, an anatomist and paleontologist who attacked was accused by Henry Tryman, a botanist, that the threat he had posed to the doctrine of the creation was so powerful that the origin made Darwin the most dangerous man in England. Tensions came to the British Association in Oxford, the theory of Huxley. Indeed, Huxley remained a staunch defender of Darwin, and had informed the bishop that he would rather have an ape man who used his reason and intellect to attack those seeking the truth. The incident remembered to faint, and Huxley's following combined with this comment led Wilberforce to Darwin later sleep. Tension. Karl Marx repeatedly projection ideology. After 1859, Darwin engaged with particular botanical dealing with questions concerning devices for securing cross-pollen plants. Effect of the natural environment and the other three cells with evolution. Expressions into theories or selection. The federals in this work, Darwin turned his attention to significant variation which existed amongst domestic animals and dogs, cats, and to powerfully reject the idea that man had covered a theory which remains conducted in academics such as Broom and Dart and Leakey. Many critics, in fact, what he was arguing, since monkeys were the product of a period of evolutionary development which had been concurrent to the similarities of humans and apes, and noted the similarity of the formation and operation of some organs and musculature between them, as well as the similar characteristics in humans, such as the embryonic formation of a vestigial tail, and that some humans possessed what later became known as Darwin's point, the thickening of the hues and the tip of the human ear, an evolutionary of several primates. Darwin also demonstrated advanced emotional maturity, which manifested itself in reason, imagination, and sense of morality. Science, whilst recognizable as a distant embodiment of human-like intellect, when all of them argued that we mammals attempted to win out over one another for sexual species-determining factor beyond noted this as a significant factor in the mating behavior of animals. species. That their mating behavior often commenced with a dance or having sexual relationships. These omissions informed Darwin's further gender determined by the choice of female in sexual partners. This view has since been discredited. And we now have of women made. These theories are, of course, very much of their time and have been subject to criticism. So reference human history. Darwin's theory was important for the fact that it introduced it as a form of choice information in sexual preference. Although the field has advanced significantly in intervening years, emotions and humans shared stimulation, such as shaming, expressed more complex emotional responses, such as the desire for study expressions. We studied how emotions were expressed physically by certain students of interest. The expressions of emotion in cats, horses, monkeys, and apes, as well as a plethora of other animals, such as be recognized between humans wherever they were from. Darwin further argued that these forms of emotional expression, as they occur, stem from a preparation for action. This one demonstrating a state of to biological authors like the Stanford Research, which analyzed the productive processes of plants and the process of cross-pollination. The ways in which the proboscis moths, covered with pollen to an ocean, was a source described the contrivance fertile imagination of man could invent. Darwin examined these processes self-pollinization in the vegetable kingdom must be some innate vegetables, and over time plants and bees become to one another through features such as the development of an elongated proboscis to a certain species of bee. Darwin also indicated as they grew one side of the stem, taking the rate of growth on the other side, and thus pulling. This was often seen in plants which themselves to make best use of light. Although it was a process which also took place at night, Darwin's last book was produced in 1881, and he conducted much of this research in his home in Down House and erected a wormstone so that he might record the rate at which the stone descended into the earth, and thus how potent the influence of the integrity of the soil in the lawn was. He conducted worms and even analyzed the effect that music would have on their behavior. To sink a Roman villa sinking so deep into the earth that it was too submerged to be invasive. Trap undertaken on the people to then introduce one of the most powerful and influential models of biological development in human history, as well as a wealth of to be significant across the world today, and he is paladin of reason and scientific pathfinding. Darwin was characterized in great part by his humility, his dedication to his self-appointed task of scientific advancement, and his insatiable thirst for knowledge. We undoubtedly owe our modern understanding of prejudice for watching. The man known to history as Albert Einstein was born in the city of Ulm. In Ulm in the 1870s, Albert's mother was the family German Jews who had developed extensive connection as purveyors and merchants in Württemberg. She married Hermann Einstein in 1876, and Albert was their first child. A daughter, Maya, or Maria Einstein, was born 2 years later. In 1881, Albert was dictated to move like Gamma as an electrical engineering company before being transferred by a brutal contract and then in Bern. Albert briefly remained in Munich to continue his studies, but after several months became disillusioned with the strict routine learning off and convinced both his parents and the school the name of Max Talmud, himself in the fields of optometry and ophthalmology, was employed by the Einsteins to teach young Albert advanced mathematics, but he soon found his charge was becoming more than study of some of the most advanced philosophical, notably the German Enlightenment philosopher Immanuel Kant. Kant's Critique of Pure Reason was published in 1780, offering one of the most analytical discussions of metaphysics, the study of the nature of reality, philosophical tracts ever written. Yet Albert seen it clearly at age 14, which bewildered his tutor. Young abilities did not go unnoticed by his teachers. Thus, shortly after he arrived in Pavia and followed the Swiss Federal Polytechnic School in the city of Zurich, mathematics and engineering. Although he scored high on the technical exams, Albert was not admitted at this time. In part, he passed the Swiss Matura, an equivalency exam in the country for those who had not gone through formal schooling, secondary citizenship, to avoid being all young men in the country. Thus it was that as a stateless individual, he finally entered the Polytechnic School in Zurich, prodigious ability in since he was a child. He would remain there for 4 years, eventually acquiring a diploma in 1900. Einstein's years formed state. He was becoming an eclectic scientist. One expertise was the discovery of a way to measure the dimension of molecules, a field of endeavor belonging to quantum mechanics, the broad science of describing the physical level, how light moves. Complex research. The prevailing view was that light traveled exclusively in wave patterns, as would become clear in the years that followed, Einstein doubted this theory and believed it formed the core of his doctoral thesis, which he was studying for part-time for the early 1900s, and which he completed in 1905 in Zurich, entitled A New Determination of Molecular Dimensions. His and Einstein were time when a child out of wedlock was considered a social scandal. It appears that Mileva returned to her native Serbia to have the child, who was called Lisa after her birth. What happened to her thereafter? Some sources of 3 mentioned Einstein married to have 2 for a July of 1904, and son, Edward, in 1910. It may seem interesting to find a teaching position completing his diploma in Zurich in 1900. He spent the next year and a half trying in vain to acquire a junior level lecturing and research position in a Einstein worked as a patent assistant examiner. Different devices involving electrical complete obscurity within the developed world's scientific community to become one of Europe's physicists in the mid-1900s. He's one of the strangest stories in the history of science. While he was in there in the 1900s, Einstein was working on a series of papers for publication in the pages of Annalen der Physik, one of the world's leading academic journals for the study of physics in Germany from 1790 onwards. This eventually resulted in 4 separate consequent algorithms. The first of Einstein's 4 papers of 1905 and transferred 9th of June as the photoelectric effect for the first time. The photoelectric effect is where electrons are emitted when electromagnetic radiation light hits off a substance. The electrons are emitted during such a process are called photoelectrons. That or generate much analysis, but had fundamental implications for understanding how light of a certain frequency could bring some on photoelectric effect. This had major implications for practical physics and prior to Einstein's paper, there was no accurate way of centuries such as John Dalton. Chemical substances tended to combine together physical molecules, yet that was common to all these unitary molecules. French physicist Jean Perrin in 1908 had entities which were the building blocks of existence. Thus, this second paper of man and the emergence of the sixth petition and some equations led to difficulties in that the speed of light is the sum of the light source or the observer of the light source. The idea postulated over 2 centuries earlier by Isaac Newton, which held that the speed of light is not fixed. Moreover, Einstein's special theory of relativity light, there is no true way of knowing which is in motion and which is not. Einstein had capability, therefore speed of movement was relative. That the clock tower had stopped. Special theory of relative and final paper, 21st of November, and was is entitled, Does the Inertia on its Energy Context? Few have heard of that title today, are familiar with the equation which Einstein pioneered in E equals mc squared. In brief, what this means is that the energy of a body at rest, defined as equal to its mass, or m, multiplied by the speed of light, the station squared. This equivalency equation shows that a massive particle possesses an energy equivalence and highlights how the rest particle, such as the nucleus of an enormous and thermal energy being released if when you walk in, the beams they emit are obstructed, in this case, by a moving person. The sensor tells the door to open. Work. Solar power also the special theory of relativity helped lead to the development of global positioning systems, or GPS. Thus, when you switch on Google Maps, it is effectively functioning based partly on research which Einstein published in his Anna Civilis papers. And when a nuclear power plant creates massive amounts of energy by harnessing energy in the nucleus of an atom, they are doing so based on Einstein's breaking wave. Soon came to the attention of the Europeans. A few years for Europe and his career. By 1908, he gained a teaching post at the University of Berlin and was over 15 years there to take up a new position which had been of Czechia, but which was then a constituent part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. It was the mathematics on topics such as theory and gravitation. Before long, a new 1930, taking up his position in Zurich, Einstein was visited in Switzerland by Max Planck and devoted almost and was made more attractive by the prospect since the spring of 1912. Thus, early in 1914, Albert made the move to the German capital. With their two sons, she was immediately unhappy in Berlin. Albert was growing Zurich with their children. They remained separated until 1919, were finally divorced, at which time Mike married Bert were in their 40s and became stepfather to Elsa's two daughters from the previous marriage. Einstein's arrival in Berlin was immediately interrupted by the years had been building European powers over issues as disparate rivalry in Africa, the vacuum and the collapse of Ottoman in the Balkans, and the long race between Britain and Germany. These all coalesced in the summer of 19. When it erupted, and Germany's invasion of them as a means of striking quickly at northeastern France drew widespread international condemnation, a document entitled Manifesto of the 1993 expressed the idea that Europe's sense of common culture swift end. Unfortunately, their hopes were not met. And the war was years of interminable conflict, followed by years more of revolution and civil war across much of the able to commence the 1950 break of the war. However, its ability was finally established in Berlin, with Einstein as its first director. Funding and administrative delays brought war. He would serve as head of the Physical Society, which had been established in 1845 and is the world's oldest major academic body of physicists. Foreign honors would also follow in the years ahead, including membership of the Royal Navy, arguably the world's most prestigious scientific society, and one which dated back to 1660, when London. Such honors aside, Einstein continued to break new ground in his research in the mid-1960s. The existence of gravitational waves, which are in the early 20th century after Einstein finally confirmed by scientists. They now know to be black holes, points in space where gravity is so strong that neither light nor particles of space and time, As with so much else, his work on black holes was behind many of his successes. To reduce of the building blocks of the universe. Later in the 20th century, he could, however, be mistaken too. In 19 scan working on what he termed the cosmological constant, a theory which supposed the existence of a static universe. Discovered Einstein was, quote, career. His order was far from a blunder. Einstein relativity for over a decade and special relativity was the subject of one of his Newtonian ideas concerning gravity, rotational pull, and the full complexity of geometric gravity as it applies to the universe, and not just individual planets. There is an ongoing debate as to Göttingen, where Hilbert was working in 1915 conclusions concerning general relativity. Days of 1915. In late 1918, Europe and the wider world began to emerge from the grip of the First World War, although in such as Russia, Hungary, Turkey, and Ireland, the end of the war saw the commencement succeed during as some formed fully, and on the general theory of relativity reached wider audience within the community of Europe, and the cliches were. Then, in the summer of 1919, the theory was confirmed as being accurate by Sir Arthur Eddington and mathematician during a eclipse. This time, the popular newspapers picked up the story, proclaiming that Einstein's theory had overthrown the model of the universe. Unsurprising that in 1920, the Nobel Foundation in Stockholm to award Einstein the Nobel Prize for Physics. They specifically cited his work in discovering the photoelectric effect in his in the award designation. Jewish community. Weeks of lectures and receptions followed, notably at Columbia University in New York and Princeton University in New Jersey. Later that month, Einstein met President Harding in the White House. Afterwards, they left for World War, where the Jewish Zionist movement was attempting new state for the world's Jews after centuries around the globe. Afterwards, he returned to 1921 to 1922 trip was the beginning of a pattern of significant parts of the world. For instance, in 1925, he visited America, spending weeks in the booming economic century, where Einstein was revered within the academic community. In the mid-1920s, the time, this was himself and Niels Bohr, a Danish physicist who had won the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1922, 12 months after Einstein had been awarded the same honor. A dispute had been building between Einstein and throughout culminated in a famous academic disputation in 19 Solvay Institutes of Physics and Chemistry in Brussels. Continued the debate, with both figures arguing points which eventually proved to be accurate. However, beyond the theoretical arguments, the conference is noteworthy from a number of the world's most accomplished physicists. It drew together 17 of the 29 attendees had already or later received the Nobel Prize awards. While Einstein and Bohr were joined, including Marie Curie of the universe. This was the example which are purported of the Earth. These findings, which were made public in 1929, required Einstein to abandon his current theory of the universe at that time, which was known as the cosmological Einstein's decision to embark on a new journey is generally more remembered for Einstein's visit to California, where the ostensible purpose of the voyage was to take up a visiting fellowship at the California Institute of Technology, better known as Caltech today. During my that science has a greater capacity to do harm than to do good. Human society use of technology in warfare, an issue the pacifist I found abhorrent. This same Einstein to have an affinity novelist Upton Sinclair and the actor John, both of whom he met during his and who were both publicly affirmed pacifists themselves. Friendship with Chaplin on the night. early in 1930, holding his positions in Germany and traveling widely in the 1920s and early 1930s as his fame and accomplishments increased. The political environment back in his changing for the worse. Within weeks, Germany into a one-party fascist state. This was extremely ominous for the country's Jewish population and individuals like Einstein. And renounced his citizenship. In Berlin, the Nazis had already searched to studies at Princeton University. And barring Einstein undertook some further notable work here on the east coast of America, a particularly significant engagement resulted from with Nathan Rosen, a Jewish-American physicist, called structure in space-time. At the time that Einstein and Rosen produced their theoretical wormhole bridge, they were a relatively novel concept, but they have latterly come to form a fundamental aspect of theoretical writings on space travel. In due course, they became a mainstay of science fiction writing from the middle of the 20th century onwards. While Einstein was teaching in the United States in the 1930s, developments were occurring back in his homeland of Germany, which would soon have global implications. Following their initial rise to power in 1933, the Nazis had made clear their intent to overturn the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, which had brought the First World War to an end. In the mid-1930s, they began rearming Germany, recruiting hundreds of thousands of soldiers into the military and building thousands of tanks, fighter planes, and bombers. Then, beginning in the spring of 1938, the Nazis used diplomatic coercion to annex Austria into a Greater Germany and to seize territory from its other neighbors such as Czechoslovakia and Lithuania. When Hitler then invaded Poland in September 1939, Britain also entered the World War, more than any war in human history. It was one
physicists, foremost amongst which was the Hungarian Leo Szilard, that physicists worked in Germany and could be called to help the Nazis develop. Of the Nazis development before any other state. They sent this to America, where he appended his signature to it before it was sent to the original President Roosevelt. What has been was the months that followed the U.S. initiating its own program. The Manhattan Project, the U.S. program to develop a nuclear weapon, on a piece against Einstein had forced him into warning the government of the dangers of this occurring, any kind as a disease. With different nuclear properties which could consider a nuclear. The research here, though, was slow and was new sabotage missions launched by British forces and Free Norwegian states, and a nuclear reactor had been rated in Chicago. Eventually, in mid-July 1940, Mexico. By the time the first nuclear weapon was detonated, the Second World War had already been over Europe for several weeks. However, because of the against the Empire of Japan, until after Nazi Germany had been defeated, the conflict was still raging there by the summer of 1995. Accordingly, the administration of President Harry Truman quickly decided to use the weapon against Japan in the belief that doing so the first nuclear weapon used in warfare was dropped on the city of Hiroshima, killing 5,000 other 60. Radiation signal. The concept of mass and equivalence, which he had first published in 1905, had contributed towards the development. But for years, saw Einstein continued research and some help in English. Nevertheless, at Princeton 40s, he developed things fine. She published in Scientific American in
to develop a single, unified theoretical fundamental forces of nature and the universe. Efforts have been undertaken by many physicists throughout the first half of the 20th century to develop such a unified theory, but none have crossed the academic community. Theory attempted to incorporate elements of his work on general relativity, curvature of space-time, with which much of Einstein's work in the 1930s had been concerned. Ultimately, his work and that of others in developing such a unified theory were unsuccessful. Other scientists changing our fundamental understanding of the universe, while Einstein was the recipient of the Nobel Prize. The New York Times had run a story in December 1919 proclaiming that, I quote, research findings on natural selection a half a century earlier work, whereas Darwin's had been viewed as sacrilegious. Association with his increasingly physical appearance or made him a more identifiable figure in the years that followed. Most tellingly, by the 1940s, it would change his world practical ways, not just from the perspective of theoretical physics. As all of this occurred, as fated within themselves. Of which they were nearly thread over a span of 55 years. Rather book. Undergraduate and postgraduate textbooks for century. Beyond this academic output, 500 pages of his private correspondence dating from 1912 to 1955. He also wrote widely on various political post-1933 were generally struck by the modesty of the abode, where lavish adornment was usually a piano, so that Einstein could play the classical music he loved, he admitted was difficult. After she and Albert separated in 1914, and thereafter their relationship was somewhat distant. Hans later immigrated to the United States in 1938, where they reconnected. But Edward remained in Europe, and despite maintaining a correspondence with his father, never saw him again after Albert left for America in the early 1930s. Edward later developed psychiatric problems and was institutionalized in Zurich. Albert's marriage to Elsa was also strained long before her death in New Jersey in 1936, and it has been widely speculated that Einstein retreated into his scientific inquiries at times as a substitute for his own weaknesses when it came to emotional relationships. Politically, he was humane, holding a lifelong aversion to violence and war. He deeply admired Mahatma Gandhi and his non-violent opposition to in India. Time views moved towards a criticism of advocacy of socialism, while he also wrote on numerous occasions about the desire for a system of global government and an end to competition between nation-states. He held positive views of the United States, deeming the country to be a meritocracy, but the FBI had developed a dossier on him before he ever fully relocated to America from Europe, and by the mid-1950s, and to over 1,400 pages, a not wholly an academic in post-war America. An intrinsic part of Einstein's character was his Jewish heritage, though he himself was a professed agnostic and viewed the Bible as a collection of primitive legends. His Jewish heritage also shaped his life from the 1930s onwards, as it saw him relocate to the United States in the face of the Nazi threat. Einstein also became noted in his later years for his support for Zionism and the State of Israel. He had visited Palestine back in the 1920s when he earned as a British mandate in the aftermath of the First World War. At that time, hundreds of thousands of Jews were already living in or migrating to the region, with the goal of reforming a Jewish state after nearly 2,000 years of being dispersed around the world. In 1925, Einstein agreed to be listed amongst the first Board of Governors of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem when it was established that year. Then, in the aftermath of the Second World War, hundreds of thousands of Europe's Jews who had survived the Holocaust perpetrated by the Nazis during the Second World War headed for the Holy Land. When the British mandate there expired in March 1948, the Jewish people declared a new state of Israel for the Jewish people in the Levant. In 1952, Einstein was offered the ceremonial position of president of the country, though he declined on account of his age and inability to leave the United States at that stage. Einstein remained supportive of the Zionist movement until his death, but one wonders what the pacifist in him would have made of the Israeli state as it descended into interminable warfare with its Muslim neighbors from the Suez Crisis to the Suez Crisis or the second aneurysm, an enlargement of the abdominal aorta, the largest artery in the abdomen. It can become blocked, much like any other part of the circulatory system, owing to high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and smoking. despite improving his life. Vegetarian diet. The problem resurfaces in 1955 when the aorta ruptured, causing internal bleeding. He was admitted to hospital on the 17th of April. Refused emergency surgery to try to intervene to stop bleeding. Claiming philosophically that it was best to meet death with dignity when one's time had come. He died the following week on the 18th of April It is the 6th of December 1912 at Tel El Amarna in central Egypt. A German archaeological team led by Ludwig Borchardt is digging for items of historical value from the city of Akhetaten, which was briefly the 7th century BC as a capital and center of the worship of a sun deity, the Aten. Early in the afternoon, Borchardt receives word that some exciting finds have been made. Several plaster busts of what must have been important individuals have been found. One of them is a remarkable discovery. It is an incredibly well-preserved head of a woman with a large headdress. In due course, it will be revealed that this is a bust of one of Pharaoh Akhenaten, the heretical king who built the city of Akhetaten. The woman's name, Nefertiti, the most famous queen of New Kingdom Egypt. The woman known to history as Queen Nefertiti was born in the middle of the 14th century BC, possibly around 1370 BC, during the latter stages of the reign of King Amenhotep III, who belonged to the 18th dynasty of ancient Egyptian rulers. Despite being one of the best known of antiquity, owing to the iconic portrait bust of her on display at the Neues Museum in Berlin, there is no consensus among historians and Egyptologists about her life. Indeed, the varying king and queen lists which have survived for ancient Egypt are sometimes contradictory. BC of the archaeological site of the city of Akhetaten, 200 miles south of Cairo, which served as the capital of Egypt during the reign of Nefertiti. construction of the new capital, meaning Horizon of the Arden, began in 4th or 5th year of Akhenaten's reign, around 6 BC, though it could have been as late as the 1330s BC, given the lack of certainty around dates during this period, situated on the bank of the Nile. The inscription on the boundaries the king decided to move his capital is badly damaged and is subject to many different interpretations, but it appears that the cult of art was not welcomed in Thebes. Some form of opposition to the king, which he the proclamation and Tupac referred to as the residence of the city centre near the new art temples, while latter may have been the small north palace to the side of the royal road that linked the base riverside palace, served as the principal position of the north-south axis, lead north attesting to its religious and cosmic significance. The rest went turned to the bend of the river. The Jews, particularly concerned about the afterlife, the plan of the city envisaged a one-way or ran on an east-west axis, possibly as the focal point for both Greece and Rotterdam. The great royal tumors in relation to the Duke. The royal tumor de Marla, known as TA-26, is almost unique among Egyptian royal tombs, since it was intended
Agent Carter's Uncanny, found in 2KV35 in the Valley of the Kings, has further complicating matters when it comes to the parentage of Tutankhamun. Her remains indicate that the deceased individual was possibly killed. It was once that belonged to
Did I hear about what?
The strawberry moon.
Oh, okay. I know of it. Right?
Eastern Standard. Eastern Time.
Okay, but I mean, when you come in here, so I'll just do my best to remind you when you come in tomorrow night to make sure that you take a look at it. Get it, girl.
Yes.
You proud of that spare?
Um, Thanks.
Send out a bunch of emails, or that have published within the last week or so is probably more accurate to say. So I'm uploading them to all my channels, and that takes a really long time. Each one takes like an that I feel doing, and finding more people on his podcast. I might have the opportunity to be.
Okay.
Oh, look at that. I saw it. That was a.
Oh, that's what they say.
Of course, you're running out of time. Are you delayed or something?
I might be late, because it ain't no time over here. Yeah, it might be delayed on your side. They don't mine.
There you go. That's just okay. You got to get there. You can. Oh, no doubt. Very good job. And now she's going to take the lead, everyone. Big score. Super big.
Where can I come from?
Miss it.
Eric and that was not on your part. Does not reflect anything to your or the source.
What do
Okay,
you?
disregard the message entirely. The apologize for the inconveniences may have a college. David Amazon. Even though it's not never found in Japanese.
Reload. At 100.
Nice.
Look at you. Right off the bat. Nice little curve to it. Really beautiful. Nice strike.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Folks, Mr. Clear has two in a row.
It's like it.
I'm trying.
All
All right, folks. We need. We need to come back to the But six.
No. Okay.
This is a tough split. Very tough split.
I know. You got it.
All
You
right,
got
folks.
it.
We're down
Bye-bye.
20.
Got
We're down 20. What a.
Yeah. Get it.
There we
Good
go.
girl.
You win, I win.
I win.
I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship. Or not. You can kind
I don't know if that's how you get go to. Let me say that again. He's like that.
even if Zoo looked it up, and they win 50%, they lose 50%. Even the best people, there's like it's kind of random. Are we still? We're not playing. That was a couple days ago at least.
I know, but y'all did good. That's good. You was good at something.
That's very funny, Mr. Curtis. Yeah, that's his best game.
I'm just playing like that, but he's good.
Oh, he. I shouldn't down by any means. He gets it every once in a while, so that's good. And if he plays even an average Plato, he's better than. He just knows that. Oh, not always that smart, but that's all right.
I least he can play. He play good. Like Bogan, he's playing. Ain't gonna
Play an average person, and he beat Riser and me sometimes. So that's good. And then sometimes Riser teams up with him against me. They
right.
Okay. Shout out to Zoop for calling Riser. I gave him an hour-long task. It's not for me. It's for himself. It's for his own business. And I told him what to do, and I told him how to, like, I'll get it done by the end of the month. I'm like, dude, guys in Africa do this within a day. Why is it gonna? It literally will take you like. Well, I said it. It take maybe a little longer than that, but it's just, in my opinion, be a little faster. So, Zoot. Zoot, what are you going to talk about? Why are you choosing?
The name was native cheese. No.
What are you going to like if you're getting a there's like ranch, French, Italian, Russian, Thousand Island, balsamic vinegar. Some places have Greek. That's it, really. Don't they offer that to you in Aus- Is there anything? Then she's not the right girl for you, dude. You're passionate about this movie, so if you're like if you're, I know you are, then
I mean, she's not like fucking. Joe.
That so
It was on the podcast, but it kept on bringing it up, and then she didn't watch it. And then I asked her, "Did you watch the documentary?" And she's like, "Did you watch the podcast? We talked about how I didn't watch. I've never seen the documentary. Like, well, you made."
I would say that it's not awful. It's okay. Why is no?
Australian girls.
She thinks she's just hot. I bash that bitch 24/7 on my live streams because she banned me on Instagram for no reason, and the reason why is because I thought she was funny, which is what people are supposed to do.
Documentary of all time is.
That's a very good question.
Oh wait, fish.
What is it?
Blackfish.
Okay. I don't think that's the best one ever, but I've seen it. Have you? It's pretty good to go to SeaWorld because like how they keep those animals, and it made me perhaps be like anti about like Banksy or something.
Yeah, it's about straight artists.
Yeah. Okay. Number 4. All right. Have you seen that? That's a fucking. That's baller. It's Can I Can I give away the ending or no?
Sure.
And I believe he's from Long Beach, California, and he moves to Alaska because he's like obsessed with bears. And he is absolutely loves bears to the point where he starts to living area and he'll feed them. And he was just like living in a cabin for a while. And then I think he lives in a tent some. And he's all alone. He's like, and I think he either lives up there for if I recall, and he gets eaten by one. And his girlfriend, they don't show it. You can't hear it, but they just say it's like the maker who made the movie basically, and just because it was so violent. Much.
Kind of reminds me of this movie called Into the Wild.
Yeah, is it Into the Wild based on him or something? I could be wrong on that.
No, Into the Wild, like
From the 90s or
based
something.
on just a guy who just like is like from a rich family and instead of growing college, just explore the wild, and then he
Some wild shit, dog. Was that your favorite story of all time?
years in 25 continents and shot on 17mm films and solar transports. Plus the varied worlds of backgrounds, disaster science, and industrial complex in America.
Okay, what?
Free Solo.
Good. What's 8?
A collection of experimental photographers stains human life and religion.
What's the next one?
Big Dreams.
That's a good one. Okay, what's the next one?
It gets triggered and also Germany.
Okay, what's the next one? Okay. Say
Bowling for
Columbine is next.
sorry?
Bowling for Columbine is
Bowling
next.
for Columbine.
Right, that's Michael.
What
All of Michael Moore.
Jeff
He seen any Michael Moore documentaries?
No.
He maybe 2004 or something. He was at his peak, and he was a big. He was like a force. He was like a media. He the Bush administration. Okay, I haven't either, but I'll watch that. Okay, what's the next one?
And then let's look at the prison system in the United States and how it's racial.
Okay, what's the next one?
Side job.
What's it?
Neighbor.
What's that about?
Television host Brent. Children's television host records.
Oh,
Armadillo.
Armadillo?
Yeah.
What's that about?
Danish soldiers are sent to Afghanistan and took over the north for 6 months. Trainer infiltrate code near Japan.
Yeah,
Despite both a shocking instance of animal abuse and serious threat to human health.
yeah, I've seen that one. Seen that one too, or I've heard of it. What is it?
Now it's about World War One.
Oh, Crumb. What's that one about?
family. Fantastic fungi.
What is fantastic fungi?
Fantastic fungi and coordination of life. Again, frequent fun.
Oh,
Capturing the
fungi.
fragments.
Fungi.
Seamlessly kick through upper class, middle class, upper family whose whole world is instantly transformed and arrested and charged with shocking and horrible crimes.
What's the name of that one? Next one.
James Baldwin tells the story of race in modern America with his unfinished novel, Remember the House.
What's the next one? Close to it. Okay, what's the next?
Deliver Us from Evil.
I think that one sounds familiar. What one's that about?
Sexual Outside.
Tax you through the dark side?
Yep.
Okay, what's that about?
Details of torture and interrogation practices during the war in Afghanistan.
Oh, that sounds awful. What's the next one?
4 Little Girls.
What is that?
Documentary or racial terror responding by the Ku Klux Klan of the Americans in the 6th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham during the civil rights movement, which killed 4 young.
That's terrible. What's the next one?
People with that kill.
Oh, no, I haven't seen Tony Robbins, I'm not your guru. Okay. The fact that the man takes care of the kids and the women are the ones who go out and get food and stuff. It's different. Okay, next one.
Part of the filmmaker apocalypse books now. You've talked about. We've talked about this one. And Andy the Great Beyond featuring Barry.
What we've talked about?
Yeah, Jim Carrey and Elliot.
Okay, we've talked. I haven't seen it. Yeah. Okay. What's the next one?
Religious.
Religious or religious?
Yes, never religious.
With Bill Maher?
Yeah.
Oh no way, that's amazing.
It's
That
46.
that's like my documentary.
47 is Give Me Shelter.
About the Rolling Stones and Martin Scorsese.
It's big.
It's about
Oh, wait, this is about-
yeah, it's about the Rolling Stones. Yeah. Okay. Um. What else? What's the next one?
a psychopathic neighbor that ducks that 12-year-old daughter.
Oh, that's terrible.
This one's Pumping Iron. That's all.
That's Arnold Schwarzenegger.
You should know what Pumping Iron is.
Schwarzenegger.
So that's the 50th, according to IMDb, the 50th biggest movie, greatest movie of the country of all time.
It's IMDb. All right, do the movies now.
We're doing movies?
Yes, sir.
The top 50.
Okay, were there more of the
They only did up to 50.
okay, let's do movies now. Yeah. No, well, that's way too many. Yeah, definitely.
Shawshank Redemption, number 1.
Okay.
Godfather, number 2.
Hold on. Okay.
The Dark Knight.
Dude, I can't believe The Dark Knight is 3. That to me is way too high, but I don't know. Maybe some people really like it. Obviously, they do. That's Christopher Nolan, right?
I've got the Dark Knight. Number 9 on my top 10 films.
It was too dark for me. Maybe I have to watch it again.
Five is Return of the King. 7 list. Number 8 is Lord of the Rings: The Fellowship of the Ring. Number 9, Pulp Fiction: Two Towers. 12, Forrest Gump. 13, Fight Club. 14, Inception. 15, Star Wars: Empire Strikes. 16, The Matrix. 17, Interstellar. Goodfellas. 19, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. 21, Wonderful Life. 22, The Silence of the Lambs. 23, Saving Private Ryan. 24, Seven Samurai. 25, The Green Mile. 26, City of God. 27, Life is Beautiful.
That's your movie.
28, Terminator.
That's your
Yeah.
movie. Okay.
28, Terminator 2, Judgment Day. 29, Back to the Future. 30, Star Wars. It'll build the whole bloody affair. I think that's both cups. 32, Spirited Away. 33, Gladiator. 34, The Pianist. 35, Parasite. 36, Grave of the Fireflies. 37, Psycho. Whiplash. 42, The Press American History X. 44, Leon the Professional. 45, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. 46, Parasite. 47, Blanca. 48, The Untouchables. 49, The Unusual Suspects. The Usual Suspects.
Do you agree with that list?
Kill Bill.
I understand that.
Is it in there?
Yeah, it was 34,
Oh, 33. 33.
33.
I'll take Gladiator as well. Gladiator is just. Gladiator was good for its times, but we had more.
You would take out Gladiator?
Yeah. It's just not like great. Like I can't remember any of the characters' names. I can't remember any of the quotes. It's just
His name is like
I know I
something
watched
Maximus,
it,
something Maximus. Shit like that.
I love that. Who says that? Okay. I need to watch it again. Yeah, it's Spider-Man Across the Spider.
Yeah.
I can't judge, but like, yeah, it's just intense.
Is that a cartoon? Ever?
Yeah.
That's pretty ridiculous, don't you think?
Yeah.
Wow, that. All right. Yep.
Costume design is fucking atrocious.
Doug, there are no black people in that movie. There are no white people. What about that?
Yeah.
I
mean, this movie was made before.
I get that. I could see people saying that was the best movie ever, though. Like if you said to me right now your list and Wizard of Oz, I could see that it was groundbreaking, especially when they're like it's all like black and white and then it turns to color. Like I'm sure people shit themselves when they saw that. I'm sure that was a lot of people.
I think it was the first color feature like film.
Look it up. All right. What else missing from that list, dude? So, do you remember when I asked you what else is missing from that list and you were just silent?
They got good television and the casino show.
And Zoot, I think that's a really good observation. You know, Zoot,
Mystic River is missing.
River, you
Gran
got.
Torino.
Hold on. River is one of the top 15 movies of all time.
You seen it?
Yeah, so all I remember is
Did you think it was a
just
good movie?
all I remember is just about. I think that Goodwill Hunting's probably better.
It'd be in the top 100.
Okay.
Slumdog Millionaire is also missed.
Launch. You seen Across the Universe, the musical?
No. You know, if someone told me that Founder is a fat maybe I wouldn't hate him for that. I just, there are good scenes in that movie, but yeah. Yeah. No.
E.T. in
I'd
that?
put, I'd put A.T. really high on a Spielberg list, though, but I wouldn't put. E.T.'s just. Yeah.
Okay. There were like 5 Tom Hanks movies that you just named in there. Rain Man in there?
Probably in the top 100, not top 50.
Okay. Do you think that Tom Cruise deserves an Oscar ever?
Has he got one?
No. Is Titanic.
Is there a lot of Scientologists in the Academy?
Um, Religion. Other.
Probably why they haven't.
He's the last 40 years. He's been outside like a teen act. He was a teen heartthrob. He's in Cocktail. He's in Top Gun. He's in um J.
I don't think he really believes the Scientology stuff hearing it, and he gets people to put over that he wants for them.
I kind of agree with you on that. I think he recognizes that he's so big that he can be like a religion if he wants. He was in Eyes Wide Shut. He was in Top Gun Maverick. He was in Mission Impossible. He is Mission Impossible.
Yeah.
Dude was like
Yeah. Yeah.
you know who
And the kid from the Karate Kid.
yeah
Ralph.
and he's Charlie Sheen's brother.
What's it about?
I haven't ever seen it. Have you seen Top Gun?
No, I haven't.
You haven't seen Top Gun?
No.
It's amazing. Have you seen Cocktail?
No.
It's amazing.
No.
Have you seen this? Yeah, it is. This is like first big one. Have you seen The Rock? That was a very popular movie when I was young because
Who just joined?
nobody. That's Brandon.
Oh, Robo, I gotta get. Yep.
Talking movies. Uh, what's your favorite sports movie ever?
Hmm.
Oakland Athletics. Yep.
Boxing movies, but I don't count that as one movie.
Oh, all the Rockies. They're their own thing. Okay, but I understand if you don't want to count them. Um,
I'm still thinking about sports.
the blind.
What's that thing? Yeah,
You like Cool Running?
that's not my favorite. I just think that's a cool movie.
What's your favorite cartoon?
Cartoon movie?
Have you seen Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Yeah, that's my favorite. I don't know why they haven't had a sequel.
Um, and us are both shown on the big screen at the same time.
Really?
Yeah, isn't that fascinating? And there are way more of those.
But Disney have theme parks.
So does have um,
Maybe World in the Gold Coast.
what'd you say?
They have maybe World in the Gold Coast.
But they have Six Flags is their stuff. What's your favorite aside from Who Framed
Disney movies are good. Tarzan.
Wait,
Brendan Fraser's on
Tarzan? What did you say?
Oh, was he? Yeah. 2.5 men.
What about him?
He was I think he had a rough childhood.
Yeah, I do too. I feel badly for that kid. The things they used to say on that TV show. I can't believe that was. Yeah.
He's rich though.
Yeah, he made out pretty well. Who's your favorite child actor?
Does River Phoenix count?
Sure. I don't really have it. I guess I don't know that one. I have Shika or Kiernan. Having Mad Men.
Or maybe Hillary Duff.
Okay, yeah, that counts. Did you like Hillary Duff?
I mean, I don't know who didn't have a crush on Hillary Duff as a kid.
I didn't. But I was older than she was. Or maybe we were the same age, but I Anna Montana. Did you ever watch? Come on. Do you prefer cartoons?
No.
Okay, what do you prefer more than Pokemon?
A little bit.
Okay, that's interesting.
Like she might transform, like go on, but watching like basically cut the kid and just watching them transform and they have the toys and stuff. It's just nostalgia.
Okay, did you ever watch Teenage Mutant? Yes or no? I'll wait. Who's it? Ninja Turtle?
Like really.
Of course. Great choice.
Right. So I grew up different Ninja Turtles to you. I grew up with the really mature, dark one. You grew up with the cartoony one.
Yeah, dude. What one were you? You meant the T. You meant the. You meant the.
I grew up with a series that came out in 2003. It was called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Yeah, it was called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And was more cartoony.
Okay, yeah, it wasn't so controversial. There's a part of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles where the movie, dude, when that movie came out, school came out, I came home from and they're smuggling cigarettes. Do you remember that scene? I doubt you do. It's like really, but that's okay. Dude, I remember listening to that, and that was like the first time they were on. Like you saw them not as a cartoon, and was, dude. They made a video game for the Nintendo Entertainment System, and the video game was so hard. I still to this day have not beaten it. And I watched like the angry video game nerd play it, and he'll like get so pissed off about it. Make them their games too hard so that you couldn't beat over the course of a weekend. Because a lot of people, when you would like a lot like games are really expensive, and you would rent them opposed to buying them, and they'd make them so that you wouldn't be able to beat it over the course of a week. I mean, some you can, but not like Grand Theft Auto. No way. Nobody.
If you glitch, if you find some speed running glitches,
You need to do it. Okay.
5 hours and 36 minutes.
Okay.
Probably less.
Potentially, but you got to think that
3
is,
hours a night.
are they using cheat codes?
Xbox, it says it takes like 8 hours.
Yeah, I was gonna say because it's just the loading alone, it takes a long time. Do they include loading in that?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. I mean, but don't some people's systems load faster than others? I guess maybe.
These are all on PC.
Okay, so that I mean that's still not super fast.
You can get a faster PC than someone else. You can't get a faster console than someone else usually. All
I'm in agreement with you on that. Okay. What's your favorite Batman? Batman.
series, I'll say, like, yeah. But Batman is very interesting. Batman. Arkham is
And you like that one?
yeah.
Man. Okay, that's the correct answer. Okay, then who?
Red Hood, who was the original Robin. Red Hood's the original Robin who goes who's turned evil.
Is it scary? Is it scary? Mr. Freeze?
Well, yeah.
Dude, Arnold Schwarzenegger did a really good job.
No, he didn't.
Stay cool. Yeah, dude, he was amazing.
His performance is
Peace out. Good talking. you.
Many Egyptologists still, as DNA is not always simply the result of three generations of first cousins. The inscriptions full name for the Artan underworld coincided with the prescription of the Theban creator god Amun, following which gods subject to widespread erasure, even when it featured in the names of individuals unknown to Amun, is held as one of the moments of the Amun period. Akhenaten sought to treat or some scholar took place. Almost did that while Akhenaten considered the Artan the preeminent god, Amun continued to be revered until his prompted the king during his reign to completely eradicate the cult, which, although yet, while Akhenaten may have withheld funding for the restoration of that he proactively prevented their worship, or might have exclusively worshipped the Artan and prescribed Amun, challenging the art, but he still possibly believed in the existence of other gods in the traditional Egyptian pantheon, and did nothing to stop people from worshipping them. This would mean that Akhenaten's religious revolution suggested, though it would have been in the interest represented a major religious, social, and political change. This was accompanied by the new figures has survived and has had a collection of heads from a workshop belonging to a sculptor. This was discovered in just creators hardly attempted to express the faces of their artworks is serenity, not contain any inscriptions identifying it as Nefertiti. The tall, flat-topped blue crown is unique to Nefertiti and can be seen in other depictions of the queen found elsewhere in Egypt. It has since become one of the most iconic works of art from Egyptian antiquity and transformed the queen into an icon of feminine beauty, inspiring the work of pioneering figures. Like Frida Kahlo. In addition to which, the queen's eyes and eyebrows, materials such as calcite and obsidian, whose natural tones would have been coloured to the finished item. The 12th year of art is here like tire and so valuable to those who could control them. Submissions from the winds to the south and the desert people to the west in India, leading together with the sea craters carried to the vestibular, while the other was the receiving gifts alongside their singletons. This linked recurring event or symbolic representation of Egyptian power, but rather some special occasion. While the themselves do not give explicit reason. Suggesting the structures in the at the same time guests, and they also have helped the parent. The individual was a king of the Roman period, or either Sankara or Akhenaten was among them subjected to DNA analysis in 2010. This concluded that Akhenaten was the father of Tutankhamun and died in his tomb. As the father of Tutankhamun, since would have had the same genetic material. When he had a son, Tutankhamun, the decision made prompted by plague that claimed so many members his immortality. Akhenaten would have recognized that his son, who was no older than 4 years old, might not have become king without some form of regency government to rule during his childhood years. Now, in order to ensure which clearly was decided to rule alongside Tutankhamun in the event of his own death, marriage to Menedata would have taken place in tandem with his elevation to the kingship, bringing the possibility of more heirs. In the event of his believed after brief reign, possibly of the same dating from late his reign, continues to use her title of great royal wife rather than of female kings. Most notably with Hatshepsut's operation, creating Nefertiti since she herself was not the daughter of a pharaoh. At the point between when his graffiti was produced and Akhenaten's death, the British Egyptologist decades until the 1970s, when the new theory emerged that never art was often following in the example of Hattie's names while she was Akhenaten's great rule identify her with spirit, claiming that she was art, but adopted the male names Menkare after Akhen's. Further research confirmed Nefertiti as a female ruler, owing to the epithet beneficial for her husband, and appeared to distinguish between a male Menkare and a female Nefertiti. While Nefertiti is not Nefertiti daughter of Meritaten, as proposed as a candidate as Great Lord, a few other objects from Tutankhamun's appear to have been made during the co-regency of Akhenaten and Nefertiti. One temple decoration before Akhenaten's death, an indication that poor health and composition compelled Akhenaten to raise his wife to full prior to his death. That Nefertiti continued to pick his death is a test another piece of graffiti on the tomb chapel at the Sheikh California necropolis on West Bank of Thebes, also known as the Valley of the Nose. Dated 3rd year of Nefertiti's reign, it impartial epithets that are usually interpreted as very art or bit of art, but it all. This seems unlikely given Nefertiti's prominent role as a champion of the artist. The fact that the graffiti also compared to Rama is that Nefertiti the persecution of the cult. The person made it was a priest employed at the sanctuary of King Kapurore. Indeed, while this referred to Nefertiti, the name of Kapurore in the graffiti epithet as would be expected from Nefertiti, while Sankare's throne name is invented without any epithets. While the presence of Dragon's Sankare's name at the East seems unlikely, given that he predeceased Akhenaten, the annual of the worship of Amun could have taken place at a later date after Sankare's death, and while construction work would have stopped during the persecution of the cult of Amun, it may have previous